Lights are out to let you know that it's 3:05. Just joking. But if you're here, could you please be seated so we can begin and be as efficient as this morning? Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we will begin in 1 minute. Please be seated. Or should I just start? Dear colleagues, we will now have to look at the item which concerns the follow-up to the audit of the working methods of culture conventions and to the evaluation of UNESCO standard-setting work of the culture sector. You have in front of you document 5F. I would like to give you very briefly the floor to Mr. Rao, Director of the World Heritage Center, who will introduce this item to you. Sir, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. This is document 5F, as you pointed out. This document is in two parts. Part 1 deals with the follow-up of the audit that was carried out by the Internal Oversight Service of UNESCO of the working methods of the culture conventions. And the second part deals with the evaluation of UNESCO's standard setting work of the culture sector. The first audit, to which a follow-up is being presented in part 1 of this document, was also presented to the Executive Board in the 192nd session, Executive Board of UNESCO, and then to the General Assembly of States Parties in November last year. The General Assembly took a decision on one of the recommendations, but then asked that the other recommendation should be looked at by the World Heritage Committee. And that's why we are presenting this document showing the progress made in implementing the recommendations, as well as presenting some of the recommendations for your decision. The first recommendation was to set up a supplementary trust fund for voluntary contributions for states parties to finance the expenditures of the Secretariat. And as I mentioned, when I introduced the budget document, the General Assembly created a sub-account in the World Heritage Fund to be filled by voluntary contributions from states parties, exclusively for financing the human resources requirements of the World Heritage Secretariat. Now that decision has been made, and as I mentioned, contributions have already been made by Finland and Monaco to that fund. The other part of this recommendation was to ensure that the work of the Secretariat is aligned with the resources that are available. What we have presented to you are the modular costs to give you an indication of what your decisions add up to in terms of resources. And at the end of the session, when you adopt your decisions, we will show you which are the decisions which are financed and which are left unfunded, so that you can get an indication of whether or not the decisions that you adopt are in alignment with the resources that are available. The third recommendation was to reduce the frequency, duration, and agenda of the meetings of the states parties. And we have presented to you the data which shows that the number of days of the World Heritage Committee has varied between 9 and 13 days. For the current session, it is 11 days, but remember that one half day we are not working on the 20th, Friday the 20th. So that is the bare minimum time that we felt was required for you to effectively address all the agenda items that you have decided should be discussed at this session. However, it is for the committee to decide whether this period of the session can be further reduced. So this is something for you to consider for the future sessions when you establish the provisional agenda for next year. One of the recommendations was also that the General Assembly of States Parties should be organized together with similar General Assemblies of the other cultural conventions. Unfortunately, that is not possible in our case because the convention requires that the General Assembly of the 72 convention should meet during the General Conference of UNESCO. So we are limited by that duration, and that is why we convene the General Assembly in Paris towards the end of the General Conference of UNESCO. We have also shown the progress that we have made with the implementation of various other recommendations. Please look at the document. If there are any questions, I am willing to respond to them. We have tried to build stronger synergies and coherence between the various culture conventions to improve efficiencies of working methods. We have created, and you must have seen the Director General's Ivory Note, whereby she has created what is known as the Culture Convention Common Services Unit in the culture sector, which pulls together all the work dealing with communication, outreach, and partnerships, as well as the logistics of organizing intergovernmental meetings. So this is being done for all the 6 culture conventions, and there is one dedicated unit which deals with it. Previously, the staff was scattered in the secretariats of individual conventions. So that is one of the ways of building synergies and enhancing efficiencies. This also applies to a common fundraising strategies for all the culture conventions. So we have this team, the communication, outreach, and partnership unit, which will then service all the culture conventions. So that is part 1 of the document, which is the follow-up to the recommendations of the auditor. And part 2, as I said, is an evaluation report on the 72 convention, the impact that this convention has had in the states parties. So this evaluation was carried out by the Internal Oversight Service to basically establish what difference does the convention make at the country level, and to what extent have the countries incorporated the convention into their legal frameworks, policies and strategies, etc. Those were the main objectives by which this evaluation was carried out. They selected 15 countries for this evaluation, and you will see that in the evaluation report, which is contained in document INF 5F. INF 5F is the full report of the evaluation that was carried out, and the list of 15 countries, together with the findings on each of these countries, is contained in this document. The selection of these 15 countries was made on the basis of ensuring a proper geographical distribution of these countries, then countries which had a long history of implementation of the convention, as well as countries who have recently ratified the convention. So it covers the full range of countries. Also countries which have a large number of World Heritage Sites, and then countries which have fewer World Heritage Sites. So the whole spectrum was represented in these 15 countries that were selected. The findings of this evaluation are contained in this document, and there are 4 recommendations that have been made, and we are basically presenting in the document in part 2 our response to these recommendations. The first recommendations deal with strengthening the reporting framework on the implementation of the convention. The auditors recommend that there should be a better reporting framework with indicators and benchmarks to follow the progress made by states parties in the implementation of the convention. And we in the Secretariat, we feel that this can be covered through the reporting, periodic reporting questionnaire. So we propose to refine the periodic reporting questionnaire to build in more precise indicators and benchmarks so that it would be easier to measure the progress that is being made. The second recommendation is to look at the impact of international investment projects in states parties and the impact that they may have on sites inscribed on the World Heritage list. Now, this is a recommendation for states parties, and although there are requirements in the operational guidelines through paragraph 172, which requires you to carry out impact assessments of investment projects and developmental projects, the evaluators feel that there needs to be a more proactive and precise process in the countries to assess the impact of, specifically of international, what they refer to as international investment projects. So this is a recommendation for you as states parties to take on board. The third recommendation deals with how to deal with the situations of divergence of states parties' views about the meaning of certain provisions of the convention and the scope of obligations arising from them. Now, this is something that has been frequently encountered in the discussions specifically dealing with the state of conservation and of nominations, where there is differing interpretations and opinions expressed by the states parties on the provisions of the convention. The evaluators are recommending that there should be a body of independent experts who should be asked to address these kinds of situations, and therefore we consulted our legal advisors, and our legal office colleagues are on the table here. Should you have any questions on the advice that they have given, they feel that under Rule 20 you can establish consultative bodies which are comprised of states parties, committee members, as well as the admitted observers to the meeting session. So you can assign this task of looking at situations where there is a divergence of opinion as regards the interpretation of certain provisions of the convention and operational guidelines to a consultative body of this nature, should you feel that that is necessary. So that may be one way of dealing with this recommendation. And the last recommendation deals with how to promote the integration of the 72 Convention and other UNESCO regimes, like the 1972 recommendation, which applies to cultural heritage and natural heritage as a whole, not just to World Heritage properties, but to the whole range of cultural and natural heritage in your countries. So that is a recommendation that is, again, something that needs to be looked at, you as states parties to the convention. I may mention lastly that at the last session of the Executive Board of UNESCO, they adopted a decision whereby they invite the Director General to address the implementation of the recommendations of this evaluation and other evaluations, and to set up a working group of states parties to address the implementation of these recommendations across various conventions. So there is a process already also ongoing at the same time through UNESCO's executive board, whereby a working group of states parties will be established to look at the implementation of these recommendations. I'm sorry, Madam Chair, for taking some time, but there are two separate, one is an audit report and an evaluation report, and which has several recommendations, and therefore we had to draw attention to what is being done or what is being proposed by way of implementing these recommendations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ruff, for the very useful presentation on the audit report. Thank you. I will now open the floor for any interventions. Portugal.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Le rapport que nous est soumis est un important document sur le développement de la Convention. Il nous présente une vision très poussée de l'impact de la Convention dans le cadre normatif international, ainsi que son impact sur les législations nationales. Je voudrais faire deux commentaires. Le premier sur l'acquis du Portugal en ce qui concerne l'application de la Convention et son impact sur la législation portugaise, et le deuxième sur les relations entre les autorités portugaises et les organes consultatifs, notamment l'ICOMOS. Ainsi, Madame la Présidente, depuis 2001, la législation portugaise sur le patrimoine octroie de façon automatique le statut de monument national à tout bien portugais inscrit sur la liste du patrimoine mondial. De même, les plans de gestion prévus dans le cadre de l'UNESCO sont reçus par la législation portugaise au titre de plans de sauvegarde applicables à tout bien classé comme monument national. Je crois que ce sont là de bonnes pratiques qui peuvent être plus généralisées. Mon deuxième commentaire concerne la collaboration étroite qui existe entre mes autorités et les organes consultatifs, comme par exemple celle qui existe depuis 10 ans entre la Commission nationale de l'UNESCO et ICOMOS Portugal, ayant pour objectif l'application de la Convention. C'est une collaboration utile que nous considérons aussi une bonne pratique. Et un exemple. Ainsi, depuis 2004, l'élaboration de la liste indicative portugaise compte avec la collaboration d'ICOMOS Portugal. Et de même, ICOMOS Portugal fait partie depuis 2010 de la délégation portugaise aux réunions du Comité du patrimoine mondial. Et je peux témoigner personnellement de l'utilité de cette présence. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much, Portugal. I now give the floor to Finland.
Thank you, Chair. We listened very carefully to what Mr. Rao said, but Finland would still like to ask for a clarification on paragraph 7 in the draft decision 38.5F2. We are not quite clear over how the text should be interpreted in this paragraph.
Mr. Rao, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The manner in which this draft decision has been prepared is basically to say that perhaps it is necessary for the committee to meet annually, because that is something for you to decide, of course. But there is a possibility of you as committee members to consider whether the duration of the session, like I mentioned, could be further reduced from the current 11 days to a shorter duration, whether the agenda could be also rationalized to deal with certain issues only. There was in the morning also some suggestion as to the items that could be discussed or not at each individual session. Am I addressing your question, or is it a different one?
It was a different one. It was on paragraph 7 in 38.5F2.
Okay,
Yeah.
My apologies. Yes, I did talk about this when I made the presentation, where I said that the legal advisor had said that this kind of a situation can be dealt by the committee by establishing a consultative body which would have state party representation as well as representation of other observers who are admitted to any particular session. So when we say that it could be addressed on an ad hoc basis as cases arise, it leaves it open. It leaves it open for the committee to decide, should there be a situation of divergence of interpretation of certain matters pertaining to the convention or its operational guidelines. It is free for the committee to establish such a consultative body and then to refer that particular situation to the consultative body to deal with. So that's what we mean by on an ad hoc basis as the situation requires. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rao. Are there any more interventions? Do you see any? Qatar. You have the floor.
شكرا سيدة الرئيسة. طبعا هذا التقرير يتناول أيضا كما ذكر مستر راو يعني مسألة مدة انعقاد أو فترة انعقاد عدد أيام انعقاد لجنة التراث، ولعله بالنظر إلى القضايا المطروحة دائما وعدد الملفات التي تدرس لعله من الصعب تقليص عدد الأيام، ولا يمكن كذلك أن نعمل يعني فوق أكثر من الساعة 7 مساء، يعني لا يمكن أن نعمل لغاية 8 أو 9. ولكن كانت هناك بعض الأفكار مثلا في ترحيل أو إحالة بعض الملفات لكي تدرس، مثلا إذا كانت ملفات مالية تدرس في اجتماعات جانبية للجنة المالية مثلا أو ما شابه ذلك، ولا نعلم صراحة مدى وجاهة هذه الأفكار، ولكن لعل من خلال الحوار ربما نجد بعض الحلول في هذا الجانب. شكرا.
Thank you very much. And there was earlier this morning a suggestion by the IUCN to reduce the annual conference to a biannual or every, not to become an annual conference as it stands today. So thank you. We have an intervention from Mexico.
Gracias, señora presidenta. Es simplemente agradecer el informe presentado por el secretariado, alentar al secretariado a continuar trabajando en la exploración de sinergias y reforzamiento mutuo entre las convenciones culturales de la UNESCO. Queremos subrayar la importancia que asignamos a la vinculación de las convenciones culturales de la UNESCO con visión holística, como un corpus integrado de protección al patrimonio cultural y natural, tanto a nivel de la implementación nacional como en términos de la cooperación internacional. Esto es particularmente importante, definir bien la contribución de la cultura al desarrollo en los momentos en los que la comunidad internacional está construyendo y articulando una agenda para el desarrollo post-2015. Así que alentamos este esfuerzo y nos comprometemos a continuar trabajando para explorar sinergias y reforzamiento mutuo en el trabajo cultural de la UNESCO y en particular en la protección al patrimonio cultural y natural. Gracias.
Thank you very much. The ADG would like to make a comment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. Just to complement what has already been said by the Director of World Heritage Center, obviously the integration of the functioning and the spirit and the activities of the convention is part of what the culture sector, under the input of the Director General, is trying to do. Of course, we're not talking about the statutory process. This is clearly a separate one, and we will always respect the independence and autonomy of every single statutory instrument that we are managing. But certainly when we address issues that are of great complexity, such as, for instance, the effect of conflict on heritage or disasters and so on, we have to look at all the tools that we have available. This has been, promoted in the past few years, and I think now we have a greater understanding and reciprocal exchanges of the different conventions. It has really improved quite a lot, and it's been very useful in many occasions that you perhaps have followed. As a complement to this, we also have tried to improve the management dimension of the convention. As you know, just recently, the Director General has approved the new organogram of the culture sector, which includes this time a new unit, which we call the Common Services Unit. It's a unit that serves all the conventions, mostly on its logistic information needs and etc. But this also facilitates the exchanges of experience between the different conventions. So there is say a new format of dealing with this issue, which I think is important you to be aware of. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Acting Director General. Thank you. Are there any more interventions? So thank you very much. We have seen from the examination of this document that we have to adopt two decisions, decisions 38.5F.1 and 38.5F.2 that are contained in part 3 of the document you have in front of you. I would like to ask the rapporteur if he has received any amendments on the draft decisions proposed and if any member of committees wish to make further observations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. And for this draft decision, we have received no amendment, so you can proceed for the adoption. Thank you. Excuse me, for both of the texts proposed, we have received no amendments for any of them. Thank you.
Thank you. And are there any more comments? If not, shall I take it to the committee adopts the draft decision 38.5F.1 and 38.5F.2 adopted with no amendments. It is so decided. Dear colleagues, with adoption of these decisions, we have finished with the examinations of item 5, which I declare now closed. We will start looking at item number 6, which is the follow-up to the World Heritage Capacity Building Strategy and Progress Report on the World Heritage-related Category 2 centers. The relevant working document is document 6. Considering their close links, these two reports are presented together within the same document. Therefore, I would like to give the floor first to the representative of ICRAM for what concerns the World Heritage Capacity Building Strategy. Sir, you have the floor. Is it the lady? Or
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. As you all know, capacity building is one of the 5 C's, one of the strategic directions that this committee has set out for the World Heritage Convention. This report will give a brief progress report on the implementation of the work that we have been doing on the World Heritage Capacity Building Strategy, as well as progress on activities of the Category 2 centers related to World Heritage. These reports are linked, as has been mentioned, and therefore we are presenting these together. As many of you will remember, the World Heritage Capacity Building Strategy was approved in 2011, following a period of development by ICRAM, the World Heritage Center, IUCN, ICOMOS, and other interested parties in World Heritage Capacity Building. Following the development of the strategy, at the international level, a program was developed, which is co-managed by IUCN and ICRAM, but in close partnership with ICOMOS and also in consultation with the World Heritage Center, and with funding from the Swiss government. And I would like to highlight and thank very much the Swiss government for their support of capacity building over the past 5 years. The pilot phase of the capacity building program was based at IUCN, and now that base has moved to ICRAM as of May 2013. Next slide, please. What I'd like to do now is report to you some of the progress that we have made in the last several years. The first issue I would like to talk about is the series of workshops that we held to strengthen the network of the advisory bodies themselves. I think this is particularly important given the discussion that we had during item 5B about strengthening the network of the advisory bodies in the various regions of the world. I'm pleased to report that we've carried out 7 of these workshops to build capacity of the advisory body networks in the various regions, and we've trained over 75 people in those workshops. We've also taken that work one step further, and we have begun to take some of the participants of those workshops and have them go out as second experts on some evaluation missions and on some reactive monitoring missions. And those costs are covered by the capacity building program so that there's not an additional cost in terms of the statutory work. But the idea is to build capacity of those people that have been a part of these workshops. Next slide, please. I'm also very happy to report that the work on translations of key materials has been moving along actually quite quickly. I'm happy to say that 4 resource manuals, all 4 resource manuals on disaster risk, on managing cultural heritage, on managing natural heritage, and on nominations have all been translated now into Spanish, and as of 10 o'clock this morning Paris time, those manuals have been put up on the World Heritage website. So it will be possible for Spanish-speaking countries where there are Spanish-speaking professionals to be able to have access to these resource materials. But we've not just been working with Spanish, we've also translated the Managing Cultural Heritage into French. We've translated the Managing Natural Heritage into Russian. And we have, through other partners, through the help of Brazil and the Arab Regional Center for World Heritage in Bahrain, we have translated the nomination manuals into Portuguese and into Arabic. So I want to thank those partners also for doing that. And finally, in terms of translations, the advice note on environmental impact assessment and on heritage impact assessment have also been translated into Spanish and Arabic. So the point here is that many resource materials are now available in a variety of languages for professionals from different countries. Next, please. Thank you. In addition to that, we are in the process of developing a new course on addressing nature-culture interlinkages in World Heritage management. We are in the process of developing the curriculum at the moment, and it is hoped that if we can find sufficient funding, we will be able to carry out that course in 2015. In addition, we are carrying out a second edition of the course on heritage impact assessment in collaboration with WITTRAP in China, one of the Category 2 centers, and also with ICOMOS. Next slide, please. Other priorities which we will be dealing with over the course of the next year are the production of guidance material for improving international assistance requests, a primer to help state parties to develop their own capacity building strategies at the national level, and also a series of interactive online resources to cover key concepts in relation to the World Heritage Convention. Next slide, please, and the next one after that. Thank you. Finally, I would just like to point out, because this is a point that the director of the World Heritage Center mentioned earlier, there is a lot of capacity building that's going on also outside the strict confines of the program. For example, the recognition of best practice, which took place last year during the 40th anniversary, which recognized Vegan as a best practice site. We are looking to try to continue that and to carry that on into the future. We're currently seeking, the World Heritage Center actually is currently seeking extra budgetary funds to adopt a sort of a best practice award that can be awarded on a regular basis. You also heard reports on the World Heritage thematic programs, such as the Marine Program, and you also heard a report previously by Mr. Bocardi on the policy on sustainable development. All of those activities are in fact capacity building and should be recognized as such. Can you go backwards now? Thank you. And the final part of my presentation, I just want to emphasize the regional capacity building strategies that we are currently working on. We've been working with a number of regional organizations to develop capacity building strategies, such as, for example, in Southeastern Europe, where we've been working with the World Heritage Center, and in Asia, where we've been working with WITTRAP. And those strategies are in development and will hopefully be finalized in the near future. Another region where we've been working very hard is in the Arab States region. My Director General in item 5B already mentioned the Athar program, which is an ICROM program, and IUCN is actually now currently working with the Category 2 Center in Bahrain on a program for natural heritage. And Madam Chair, if you will, you might consider giving the floor to the representative from IUCN, who will give just a very short bit of information on that program in Bahrain.
Yes, of course. Representative from the IUCN, you have the floor.
شكرا لك سيدة الرئيسة. يود الاتحاد الدولي لحماية الطبيعة IUCN التأكيد على أهمية الفرصة التي يقدمها التعاون والتشبيك مع مراكز الفئة الثانية لليونسكو. مثالا عليه ما هو الحال في المنطقة العربية الممثل بالتعاون مع المركز الإقليمي العربي للتراث العالمي. ففي إطار برنامج التراث العالمي في الدول العربية لدى الاتحاد الدولي لحماية الطبيعة IUCN والذي يطلق عليه اسم طبيعة، تم تنفيذ العديد من البرامج الإقليمية لبناء وتعزيز شبكة الخبراء الإقليميين. فعلى سبيل المثال لا الحصر إعداد ملفات الترشيح وتعزيز الفهم للقيمة العالمية الاستثنائية، وذلك لدعم الدول على العمل على ملفات الترشيح، وبرامج تعنى في فاعلية الإدارة والصون والقوانين الخاصة بحماية القيم الطبيعية. إضافة إلى ذلك تم إشراك بعض الخبراء الإقليميين في أنشطة ومشاريع برنامج طبيعة. كما أود أن أذكر أن هذه الشراكة بين الاتحاد الدولي لحماية الطبيعة IUCN مع المركز الإقليمي العربي للتراث العالمي تكللت باستضافته لبرنامج طبيعة من أجل تعزيز هذه الشراكة، بالإضافة لتعزيز دور هذه المبادرات الإقليمية الواعدة من خلال مشاركة خبرات الاتحاد IUCN الفنية مع الجهات الإقليمية. وأخيراً يعتبر الاتحاد الدولي لحماية الطبيعة IUCN أن هذا النموذج يمكن أن يتم تبنيه في الأقاليم الأخرى للاستفادة من الأدوار المختلفة التي تؤديها مراكز الفئة الثانية والهيئات الاستشارية. شكراً.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That actually concludes my part of the presentation. And in passing over to Mr. Bocardi, I would like to just emphasize that the advisory bodies look forward very much to continuing to work with Category 2 centers. He will be presenting the part on Category 2 centers, and I just wanted to emphasize that the advisory bodies are very keen on continuing our work with the Category 2 centers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We've been asked to slow down in your conversation. when you're speaking, if you could slow down, please. Especially when I'm reading. I can hear somebody's mic. Is somebody's mic on? Oh, the interpreters, if you can be careful with the kind of conversations you're having because you're online. Thank you. Now I would like to give the floor to Mr. Bukardi. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. My short presentation will cover the part related to the Category 2 centers. We have just heard how important they are and they can be from IUCN. In fact, they are involved in a number of activities, so many in fact that we couldn't list them all in our report. We refer, for those who are interested, to the annual report that are available on our website. I have just included in the report information on the establishment of a new center related to World Heritage, the one in Dehradun, India, which focuses on natural heritage in particular, an aspect that was not addressed by existing Category 2 centers. Then there are new proposals that are being put forward. The one that comes from Indonesia for a center on human evolution research and World Heritage management associated to the site of Sangiran. And then one which is being prepared, although a formal proposal has not yet been submitted by the Russian Federation, which would cover the Eastern Europe and the community of independent states, as we understand. I also would like to inform the committee members of the reviews which are underway. The slide refers to the one that concerns the Nordic World Heritage Foundation, whose agreement with the UNESCO will expire at the end of this year. So an evaluation has been conducted, and the results and a recommendation will be presented to the executive board at its 195th session in the fall. And the same, in fact, is going to happen for WITRAP, the center based in China, which is at this very moment undergoing a review. And this takes me to the second slide, which shows the 4th coordination meeting of the Category 2 Center, an annual event which has in fact taken place in Shanghai, China, hosted by WITRAP within their beautiful premises at the Tongji University in Shanghai. You may know that WITRAP has also 2 other locations in Suzhou and in Beijing. So the coordination meeting provided an opportunity to, first of all, from our side, inform all the Category 2 centers of the recent developments within UNESCO in relation to the approval of the midterm strategy and our program and budget, the so-called C4 and C5, as well as on the new strategy that was adopted by the General Conference on Category 2 Center. But also there was a review of the progress made by the Category 2 centers on their activities, and also with respect to the resolutions that they had made. If you could just step back, yes, the resolutions that they had made at their previous coordination meeting in Oslo. And finally, they also discussed joint initiatives, of which there are a good number. So this is also an interesting element of the sort of effectiveness of Category 2 Center, not only within the region, but also across the regions when they work together. And finally, I would like to touch base, if you could just move to the next slide, please. Yes, the final point of my presentation has to do precisely with the new integrated and comprehensive strategy on all Category 2 centers adopted by the General Conference of UNESCO. Many of you might be already aware of what the main points are of this new strategy. However, I will just summarize them again. First of all, it has been agreed that they will have a sunset clause. It was not the case for all the Category 2 centers until now, 6 years. It was also decided that there will be a review when the agreement period is coming to an end, and that a recommendation will be then formulated and put forward to the consideration of the executive board, which will decide whether or not their status of Category 2 centers should be renewed. It was also stressed in this new strategy that the Category 2 centers should work with very close ties with UNESCO's and their sort of programmatic dimension strategic frameworks. So for the World Heritage related Category 2 center, this means, of course, that they have to choose their activities and expected results based on capacity building strategy, the strategic action plan adopted by the General Assembly of the States Parties, etc. And finally, an innovation also has to do with the fact that Category 2 centers should have no financial implication on UNESCO and should cover the cost for feasibility studies, evaluations, and so on and so forth. So the last thing I want to say is that these Category 2 centers have, in Shanghai, agreed on a set of recommendations which sort of include a number of interesting suggestions. They will be shortly published on our website. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bocardi. I would like to open the floor now to Jamaica.
Thank you, Chair. We would just like to make a couple of observations, starting with a clarification regarding the regional capacity programs identified under B. Regional capacity building strategies identified for various regions, and the Caribbean is not included. And just for clarification, we wanted to understand the rationale behind that. If it is that is already addressed elsewhere, then we're open to that clarification. That's one point. Point two, paragraph 5, follow-up to the capacity building strategy. I just wanted to know what informs the creation of new courses. There is a development of a new course on addressing nature-culture interlinkages in World Heritage Management, and we're assuming that this is making references perhaps to mixed sites. Just for clarification there. Our reading of this suggests that because of, certainly if we're to use what is taking place in the nominations that we're looking at for this session, all the mixed sites were either deferred, so whether this particular intervention of this course is something that is to address these particular shortcomings. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jamaica. I will now give the floor to Portugal.
Thank you, Madam President. As I said this morning, we are always ready to make available to others, if they so wish, our knowledge and experience on these matters. And in this context, we continue to offer support to other regions and state parties, especially to those that share with us a common historical heritage, namely by providing the translation of key documents into Portuguese addressed to Lusophone countries, as mentioned by Mr. King. We are glad to inform that the 2013 version of the operational guidelines have been translated into Portuguese and will soon be available at the World Heritage Center website. We are now beginning the translation into Portuguese of the manual, and I quote, Managing Cultural World Heritage, which will be available by the end of the year. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Portugal. Now I give the floor to Colombia.
Gracias, señora presidenta. Colombia reconoce los diferentes esfuerzos de carácter global apoyados por la UNESCO y demás cooperantes internacionales dirigidos a la generación de capacidades para la gestión, administración y manejo de las áreas de patrimonio de la humanidad. Se resaltan los mecanismos que se contemplan para formar a los equipos técnicos en los diferentes centros regionales, además de la publicación de informes e instrumentos para apoyar la formación de capacidades. Igualmente, resalta la importancia de continuar fortaleciendo el mecanismo para compartir experiencias, reuniones y talleres presenciales y las herramientas web que se han diseñado y contribuyen a fortalecer las capacidades. Acoge con satisfacción el inicio de la nueva fase de la estrategia de fortalecimiento de capacidades, en especial en la región de América Latina y el Caribe y en general de todo el mundo. Invita a apropiar adecuadamente por parte de los Estados parte los diferentes espacios de capacitación y fortalecimiento de capacidades y a generar los aportes necesarios para dar continuidad a este importante emprendimiento. Hace un llamado a la vinculación más fuerte de la red de cátedras UNESCO desde los centros de patrimonio en el mundo, en el marco de la estrategia de generación de capacidades. Manifiesta su interés en mantener informado a las partes de los avances y el estado de gestión de la estrategia de fortalecimiento de capacidades. Y por último, pero no por ello menos importante, invitamos a integrar de una manera más explícita la dimensión natural del patrimonio mundial, así como las herramientas para su gestión a través del fortalecimiento de los programas de capacitación previstos, especialmente apoyados por la UICN y otras redes de trabajo científico, tanto para su estructuración como para su divulgación. Gracias, señora presidenta.
Thank you very much. I now give the floor to the Republic of Korea. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to comment on the proposal on the biennial recognition of best practices. We believe the recognition of World Heritage Site Management good practices conducted in 2012 was a meaningful and successful initiative by the World Heritage Center and advisory bodies to help promote information exchanges of conservation and to enhance public awareness. In that context, we welcome the Center's proposal to continue its initiative to recognize other best practices under different stems. In this regard, I ask the Center and advisory bodies to take forward the schedule and budget plan for this program, while taking into account the current financial difficulties the Center is experiencing and the lack of human resources in implementing the core activities under the Convention. In addition, considering the beneficial effects of this program would bring in promoting the best practices, I would like to encourage the committee members and the state parties of the convention to pay attention to this program and provide financial support in this sense. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Republic of Korea. Now I give the floor to the Philippines.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Capacity building is at the heart of all strategies to enhance implementation of the Convention and its relevance to the communities and authorities on the ground who are at the front line of conservation and protection efforts. We welcome the dissemination of manuals and the increasing number of regional activities. Despite financial constraints, it is important to strive towards enhancing capacity building programs for target audiences. We likewise thank those states parties which have generously been supporting capacity building projects. Finally, we would like to support the recommendation that the recognition of best practices in World Heritage Management continue. The Philippines is deeply honored that the historic town of Vigan was identified in 2012 as such a best practice model. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, the Philippines. I now give the floor to Serbia.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Since I take floor for the first time, I would like to congratulate you on your election as the chairperson of this session. and express my belief that under your leadership we would finish our work very successfully. Serbia attaches great importance to UNESCO Category 2 centers. In that sense, we fully support UNESCO General Conference decision concerning the new integrated comprehensive strategy. What I wanted to say is that a few days ago, Serbian Parliament ratified the agreement between the government of Serbia and UNESCO on Center 2 category, with headquarters in Belgrade for water for sustainable development and climate change. One of the major issues to be dealt within this center will be protection of nature and cooperation with relevant bodies. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Serbia. Are there any more interventions? Any from the observers? I see no more reports. I would like to thank you very much. I will also give the floor to the ICROM in case they would like to say something before I pass it on to the rapporteur.
Thank you, Your Excellency.
Sorry, we have one late observer. The Barbados, you have the floor. Thank you.
Sorry, Madam Chairperson, I wasn't so late, but it's a vast room. First of all, may I offer on behalf of our delegation our congratulations. It's a pleasure to be with you here in Qatar. And secondly, I wish to join the various observations in how dynamic and important the work of World Heritage in relation to capacity building has been and continues to be in very many parts of the world, but it continues to be a priority in the Caribbean sub-region as well. Just to respond, to indicate that our minister has signaled his continued support for the development of a Category 2 Center on World Heritage and SIDS. I have reiterated that very recently in the World Heritage Center and have gotten the deadline, so we will be proceeding. But I really want to thank our colleagues from Jamaica for raising that as a point of interest and importance. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Barbados. Are there any more interventions that we haven't seen? I encourage you to lift your country tags. I guess not, so I'll pass on the floor to ICROM, is it? ICROM, thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, and thank you to all of the members of the committee who have made comments and also the observers. Just to answer a few of the questions, and actually this comes to a certain extent by way of an apology to Jamaica and also to Barbados. The non-inclusion of the Caribbean Capacity Building Program is actually an oversight. It's not a program that ICROM has been so specifically involved with directly, but we are certainly very aware of it and aware of the very positive results that have been coming out of it. And so it's really simply an oversight. And so I have to just ask for your pardon on that, and we'll make sure that we include it in the future. So that's a mea culpa on my part. But I'm very happy that you brought it out so that everyone is aware of it. Even though it was not in the document. In regard to the question of the courses and how they get selected, basically when developing the new capacity building strategy, we carried out a needs assessment and looked at a variety of different topics. The capacity building strategy actually covers a wide range of topics, and that potential courses could be developed from those topics. But one of the key paradigm shifts that we identified in the capacity building strategy was the need to better link cultural and natural heritage. This convention has been existing for 40 years. And even though it covers both cultural and natural heritage, very often there hasn't been a very strong interlinkage between those two things. And so one of the shifts in paradigm that we said were necessary within World Heritage was to try to bring these two areas, cultural heritage and natural heritage, together so that we could learn better from each other. The delegate from Jamaica is correct that there have been a lot of issues related to mixed sites and difficulties in terms of nominations, and so that certainly went into the calculations. But also there are a number of sites that are inscribed for cultural criteria but which have natural elements as a part of them, and there are sites that are inscribed for natural criteria but have cultural elements to them. So the key question for us is how can we interlink them together, and how can we create an integrated management for a site, whether it's a mixed site, whether it's a cultural site, or whether it's a natural site, but where it has these different elements that are a part of it. In terms of the so I hope that this is satisfactory explanation. In terms of the translations, I would actually just like to thank Portugal if they are going ahead with the translation of the manual on managing cultural heritage. I think that's another very positive development. But I also wanted to just take this opportunity to thank the staff at the World Heritage Center and some of my staff at ICROM for actually getting all of these things done. This has been a very difficult job trying to get all of these things translated in a relatively quick amount of time. And the staff at the center and people at ICROM have been working, and also at IUCN to a certain extent, have been working, and ICOMOS, in fact, actually somebody sitting here was involved in some of the proofreading, but it was a very difficult job. In relation to the best practice, yes, there is a proposal, and I believe it's a costed proposal. What we're looking for now, essentially, is the financial partners who would be able to carry that forward. We think that it's very useful. This best practice award is something that's very useful, and I would like to congratulate the Philippines actually for the award. But we will need extra. But given the pressure on the World Heritage Fund, we will need extra budgetary funds to be able to carry that out. So we'd very much be interested in talking to anybody who is willing to do that. I think I've covered most of the questions, Madam Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. If there are no more comments, I will pass it on to the rapporteur to adopt the draft decision 38.6 included in part 3 of the document that has been presented to you. Please, Mr. Rapporteur, if you have received any amendments, please share it with us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson, and allow me to switch for once into my mother language. Y quiero informar que para este proyecto de decisión no hemos recibido ninguna propuesta de enmienda, pero simplemente en el párrafo 2 creo que para hacer concordancia con lo que ya adoptamos en una decisión anterior, simplemente habría que anexar o incluir que la reunión del comité la 36 reunión del comité tuvo lugar en San Petersburgo en el año 2012 y la 37 en Phnom Penh en el año 2013, simplemente para guardar coherencia en el lenguaje. De resto no recibimos ninguna enmienda, así que puede usted proceder a la adopción de la decisión. Señora Presidenta, gracias.
Thank you very much. Are there any comments to the announcement made by the rapporteur? I see no comments. I think we can then adopt I declare the draft decision 38.6 has been adopted and agenda item 6 is now closed. Colleagues, we will now start with what was supposed to be tomorrow's agenda. So I want to thank you again for being so efficient with your time and respecting the time that you have been given. I will now move on to item 7, which is the state of conservation. and we're going to be examining Document 7 on the state of conservation of World Heritage properties, as well as on some strategic issues to be addressed with regards to the reactive monitoring process. I will give the floor to Mrs. Tocharova from the World Heritage Center, who will introduce this document. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. The document 7 on state of conservation of World Heritage property is actually what we had before as chapeau of 7B and 7C. We're talking about document WRC 14/38.com/7. Actually, this year we looked in more depth into the issues that we address used to address in the chapeau of 7B and the document 7C, and decided to blend them together in order to achieve a more streamlined document and probably easier to read and better structured document. The document that you are going to examine contains 3 parts, and I'll try not to go into too many details in presenting the document, as I'm convinced that all of you have examined it, reviewed it, and certainly have comments or remarks to make. But just very briefly, the first part of the document is an introduction, and it includes furthermore information about the elaboration of the state of conservation reports, about the process of elaborating state of conservation reports, and in subpart B, information about the structure of the state of conservation documents. Basically, the information contained in this part 1 is self-explanatory. It just recalls the process, recalls the main procedures that are followed, and this is important to note that there is no decision which is linked directly to this part of the document. This is just a reminder of the main processes, the main procedures, and the main rules that apply and practices that apply with regard to the state of conservation documents. The more substantial parts of this document are contained in part 2 and part 3. And as you can see, part 2 is actually focusing on the main issues that emerge from the state of conservation reports prepared for examination, to be submitted for examination to the 38th session of the committee. Basically, we have looked at the main issues and tried to figure out what the main issues or more critical issues that emerge from all the reports on the basis and in the framework of our state of conservation information system, which allows very easily to extract information and extract statistics. And this is an online tool which helped very easily to identify which are the main trends. And you have them in front of you on the screen, the main trends that have been identified on the basis of the SOC online tool. And you'd see that the management systems and management plans are an issue in almost 60% of the state of conservation reports. They are followed by development projects, and here we are talking about different types of development projects, about urban projects, about dams, about transport projects, and so on and so forth. And if we look in further detail, we can see that 59% of the properties reported in 2014 are affected by at least one or another such project. The next issue that is identified, this is the disaster risk reduction, or on the basis of the information contained in the reports. This is an issue that emerges consistently from the analysis of the state of conservation reports, and this is that there is a need to better prepare against emergency situations. In 2014, nearly 10% of all reported properties was said to be exposed to risks or were victims of disasters. Tourism pressure is another major issue that we have identified. And if I have to quote a figure, this is about 30%, basically 29% of the reports presented for this year highlight concerns and potential impacts that are associated with tourism-related infrastructure, visitor management, mobility, transportation modes, and so on and so forth. That's not the end of it. There are two more that we would like to highlight. Of course, these are not all the issues, but we have wanted to highlight those that come on a most frequent basis. And this is poaching and wildlife crimes. These illegal activities continue to represent a very clear threat, with about 28% of the properties examined in 2014, and of course with a stronger impact on natural properties. And here it has to probably be mentioned that those illegal logging and poaching and wildlife crime, they actually they have an impact on over 50% of the natural properties which are reported in 2014. These are the issues contained in 2A, from 2A1 to 2A5. And in 2B, there is a report on a progress report on previously reported issues. First of all, this is an update on the threats from extractive industries. And it's important to note that there are new commitments, a commitment confirmed by Total to the World Heritage Center, dated in January in 2014, where Total has answered positively to the appeal launched by the World Heritage Committee in its decisions of the 36 and 37 session concerning the extractive industry and the no-go commitment. Another important issue on which we would like to update the committee is the cooperation with the International Olympic Committee. As you remember, in its decisions at previous sessions, the committee had requested the World Heritage Center and the advisory bodies, IUCN more specifically, to develop a dialogue with the International Olympic Committee. And a very constructive meeting has taken place, a couple of months ago, on which this document reports, and there is a respective decision, draft decision item. Last but not least, there is a part concerning the cooperation with other conventions. And briefly mentioned is the cooperation with the Ramsar Convention and some other conventions, an update on activities. The last update is on conflict situations. As you know, conflicts continue to represent a threat. We continue to receive information even in the last days and weeks after the preparation of the document. We continue to receive information about conflict situations. And just a few examples can be given, the Zanzibar bombing and the new fighting on the border of DRC and so on and so forth. But as far as conflict situations which have been addressed by the committee at previous sessions, this document provides some update about the activities the action that has been taken and the activities that are in the process of being implemented in the respective sites or countries. So this is an important part of the document. There is a part of this draft decision which addresses those issues emerging from the state of conservation reports and the update on previously reported issues on which we wanted to inform you. And there is one part more. It's not the end of it. There is one part more, and this is a very important part of the document because it looks into some strategic issues, as we have called it, related to the state of conservation of World Heritage properties. And basically what this part of the document looks at is the timeline. The timeline of examination of state of conservation reports by the committee and the timeline of submission of state of conservation reports by states parties to the World Heritage Center. Now, I don't think there is anybody, a member of the committee or not, who does not know that the date for submission of State of Conservation report to the World Heritage Center is the 1st of February. This has been the case for many, many years. And looking at, we have analyzed the new circumstances where we basically have introduced a 2-year cycle for examination of state of conservation reports, which can allow for a longer period of states parties to prepare their state of conservation reports, and at the same time, a little bit longer period possibly could be taken by the advisory bodies and the World Heritage Center to review the reports that would be received from the states parties, to engage in a dialogue if issues need to be clarified, before producing the document to be presented to the committee. Hence, the document proposes a new deadline to be introduced on an experimental basis for the cases where SOC reports are to be examined on a 2-year basis, where the standard 2-year cycle of examination of state of conservation reports applies. So if we look at the screen, we could see that what is suggested is that in the case of a report which would be presented on a 2-year basis, we suggest to introduce a deadline for submission to the World Heritage Center on the 1st of December of the year preceding the committee session, instead of 1st February of the year in which the committee session would take place. Thus, the state party would have a minimum of 17 months to implement activities in order to comply with decisions and at the same time to prepare its report for the committee. The World Heritage Center and the advisory bodies would have at least 2 more months than now, that is about 5 months, to be able to examine the reports, to prepare the state of conservation reports, the SOC reports, to be presented to the committee, and also to engage in a dialogue with states parties, ask for additional information or clarification where needed, so that there is much more clarity concerning the SOC reports before the committee itself. Therefore, there is a proposal in the draft decision for the committee to adopt this change with regard to the SOC reports to be examined on a 2-year basis with immediate effect, and possibly examine a change of the operational guidelines during the 39th session in 2015. Thank you very much for your attention.
Many thanks.
And I believe the advisory bodies might wish probably to
Many
add
thanks.
to the presentation.
Do the advisory bodies wish to make any comments? You have the floor.
Thank you, Your Excellency. The overview of critical issues reported in the document illustrates the issues and challenges being faced by the World Heritage community at large to ensure that the outstanding universal value of these unique places continues to be sustained. As noted, social unrest and conflict continue to be a source of concern for properties, particularly in the Arab and African regions. In the case of Mali, as conditions have allowed, we have mobilized resources to implement priority interventions at Timbuktu and the Tomb of Askia. Similarly, for Syria, we have implemented e-learning activities to provide adequate capacity for the definition of emergency measures. In collaboration with the World Heritage Center and other partners, ICOMOS has been working on identifying means to better support implementation of actions to effectively contribute to the recovery of places so they can continue to play their essential role as sources of identity, social cohesion, and national pride. But we have to recognize the long-term nature of these challenges and the sustained investment that will be required. At a large number of properties, large-scale development and infrastructure within the inscribed areas and at buffer zones and setting continues to pose a threat to the conservation and protection of attributes that warranted inscription on the list. ICOMOS does not oppose development per se, and we have strived to work more effectively with states parties, heritage agencies, and site managers in identifying alternatives that do not compromise the very attributes that convey outstanding universal value. For this to effectively occur, a precise understanding of attributes at each property is needed. Developing clear and transparent heritage impact assessment has proven to be a crucial tool for informed decision-making. The guidance developed by ICOMOS has been effectively used in many cases, but a more proactive approach and further capacity building is needed so that procedures to identify attributes and means to protect and sustain them are embedded in heritage conservation and management. As noted by the World Heritage Center, some issues continue to be related to management systems. We hope and expect that the recently produced resource manuals on management of cultural and natural heritage will be useful tools. The work of monitoring and state of conservation reporting is critically important for realizing the key aim of the Convention, the conservation and protection of properties that have outstanding universal value. As the size of the World Heritage List grows and the complexity of issues and challenges being faced increases, the dialogue between all stakeholders of the conventions will be essential. In this respect, upstreaming work has taken root over the past few years, and it is one that ICOMOS strongly supports. Many of the issues discussed during the committee sessions are the result of decisions made at a much earlier stage. Infrastructure and development projects, if not discussed at an early time, can be extremely expensive and difficult to reverse. This emphasizes the need for dialogue, and although further discussion is warranted on how to improve this dialogue, ICOMOS has started working in the past years to better streamline decision-making processes for properties in relation to their OUV. For example, between July 2013 and May 2014, 13 advisory missions were carried out to work directly with states parties on issues pertaining to project and management issues. Additional efforts have also been made to review information submitted under paragraph 172 for evaluation. However, this work does involve resources, which are currently very limited for the necessary work to be produced in a timely manner. Finally, we note that the calendar provisions submitted for your consideration in the document in the draft decision, we note these, but we also note that they have the possibility to create added resource pressure in a context where resources are already extremely stretched. We look forward to continuing dialogue to find the most efficient sequence and calendar for the work of the advisory bodies and the states parties. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you very much, Icamos. Are there any comments or questions? I give the floor to Senegal.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Je suis d'avis que la situation qui s'est passée au Mali avec le saccage des biens de Tombouctou, aussi précieux pour nous, musulmans, a été une grosse préoccupation. Mais sur la conservation des biens, il ne faut pas aussi occulter la situation sur les biens naturels en cas de conflit dans certaines situations. Surtout les sites situés dans des zones transfrontières avec la circulation des armes, la tuerie sur les espèces dont les trophées ont une très grande valeur marchande et parfois même on peut avoir la situation sur des espèces, dans certains cas de biens pour la nourriture des combattants comme ils les appellent. Il y a un ensemble de facteurs qui se posent ici et sur lesquels on doit aider les gestionnaires des biens et les États. Parce que si on se focalise tout simplement sur les biens culturels, c'est vrai que ça a été très, très fortement décrié au niveau de la communauté internationale, mais n'oublions pas que la circulation des armes et des munitions pose énormément de problèmes pour certains biens qui sont situés dans des zones transfrontières. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much, Senegal. I now give the floor to Qatar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Qatar would like to stress out the importance of adopting a management system or plan. However, we need to define here in the 24, the management plan, the step or the approach that the process should also provide indication of necessary resources. How could the World Heritage Committee ensure these approaches or steps are taken?
Thank you very much, Qatar. I now give the floor to Finland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Finland likes to congratulate the World Heritage Center for the excellent report that gives us a good picture of how the reactive monitoring process works and on the threat situation at our World Heritage sites. Firstly, we recognize that there are huge management challenges in the World Heritage sites, but there are also excellent examples of good management practices at World Heritage sites. We call on the state parties to develop measures to share information and best practices in order to improve management plans and systems utilizing existing mechanisms such as World Heritage Marine Sites network. Secondly, we want to express our concern about the heavy and increasing pressure from poaching and illegal wildlife trade taking place in many World Heritage sites. Regarding the draft decision paragraph 6, we emphasize the need for the World Heritage Center and CITES to strengthen their cooperation and hope that there will be that it will be formalized. We would also like to mention the United Nations Environment Assembly to be held next week in Nairobi, where the ministers of environment from more than 100 countries will gather together to discuss the illegal wildlife trade. We encourage UNESCO, the World Heritage Center and IUCN to collaborate with UNEP and other partners on the issue. Finally, we give our support to the paragraph 9, which calls on extracting industries and investment banks to ensure that their activities do not impact the outstanding universal value of the World Heritage sites. We thank those companies that have already announced their commitment to this end. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Finland. I now give the floor to Germany.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Germany appreciates to prepone the date for the submission of SOC reports to the World Heritage Center, and we do hope that the additional time is used for communication with these state parties concerned. However, we have one question for clarification. Do we put in place this regulation immediately, or do we have a transition period? Because if there are some state parties who are preparing, for instance, impact assessment studies, I think the time up to the 1st of December should not or could not be sufficient to submit such impact studies the first time this year by the 1st of February, because some of them scheduled such studies analog to the former date, and that was the 1st of February.
Thank you very much, Germany. We'll take all comments, and then Mrs. Tocharova will answer all your questions. So are there any more? Colombia.
Muchas gracias, señora presidenta. En primer lugar, quisiéramos reconocer el importante trabajo que ha hecho el Centro de Patrimonio Mundial, y nuestra delegación considera muy importante apoyar totalmente ese proyecto de decisión, ya que está soportado en un informe general de los informes de los estados de conservación de los sitios y de las mayores amenazas a su valor universal excepcional. Asimismo, contribuye a la puesta en común de todos los estados parte de los argumentos que se deben priorizar para el manejo de estos sitios y la importancia del trabajo de los centros de categoría 2 de la UNESCO en las acciones que se implementen para este mismo fin. Muchas gracias, señora presidenta.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Colombia. I now give the floor to Poland.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. This is the first time that our delegation is taking the floor, and I can't resist to make two small remarks. First of all, I would like to congratulate Your Excellency on your elections to the post of chairperson, and let me also use this opportunity to thank the government of Qatar for a warm welcome. We are convinced that under your able leadership, the work of the committee will be successful. We would like to bring to attention two following issues. First of all, the dialogue with the state party should be reinforced, in our opinion, especially with those states responsible for properties involving danger, rather than with states that submit their state of conservation reports biannually. And the second thing is that annual cycles of spending, accounting, and reporting followed by property managers, and in December, bringing that date forward to the 1st December would force property managers to use incomplete property data in drafting their reports. These reports would therefore exclude accurate data on any activity that is either scheduled for the final 4-6 weeks of the year or shifted to that time thanks to the budgetary savings made earlier on. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Poland. Are there any more member states or committee members who would like to make an intervention? Is that the same? There's one more intervention from the two. Wildlife Conservation Society. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you very much for the opportunity to address this 38th session of the World Heritage Committee. Thank you to the authorities of Qatar for their excellent arrangements and tremendous hospitality. This intervention is made jointly by the Wildlife Conservation Society and the Worldwide Fund for Nature, WWF, concerning Agenda Item 7 and threats to World Heritage natural sites from illegal wildlife trade. We appreciate the attention in Document 7 on wildlife trafficking, which is driven by burgeoning demand and facilitated by corruption. It is the 4th largest global illegal trade behind drugs, guns, and human trafficking, estimated to be worth up to $20 billion a year. Wildlife trafficking and other transnational organized crimes often involve the same trade routes and some of the same criminal syndicates, and it undermines sustainable development and the security of local communities. We appreciate the focus in the document on the use of the open source SMART software to increase the effectiveness of field law enforcement efforts. With governments, we are deploying SMART across more than 100 sites. Appreciate the focus here on its value and urge its use across World Heritage sites, particularly in Africa where the crisis is so urgent. We appreciate the efforts of this committee to highlight and tackle this problem. Politically, the UN General Assembly and other fora recognize that wildlife trafficking is serious transnational organized crime. We appreciate the draft decision on further dialogue with the CITES Secretariat. 177 of your 191 parties are CITES parties, and we encourage agencies in your countries to cooperate with their national CITES and enforcement authorities to implement relevant CITES decisions. We also encourage you to call for a UNGA resolution to establish the cross-cutting nature of this serious crime. Finally, we encourage this committee to convey to the CITES Standing Committee, which meets next month in Geneva, its serious concerns regarding the impact of wildlife trafficking on World Heritage sites. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your comments. I will give the floor to Senegal. Yes. Senegal.
Madame la Présidente, nous avons regardé ce document avec beaucoup d'intérêt et beaucoup de satisfaction parce qu'on se rend compte que les lignes sont en train de bouger aussi bien au niveau des États qu'au niveau du centre et des organisations consultatives. Et je pense que l'agenda proposé pour l'évaluation est une bonne chose parce que ça donne du temps à tout le monde, en tout cas un peu plus de temps. Je pense que si on doit aller vers des modifications de ce genre, il faudrait aussi inclure les autres problèmes structurants. S'il est vrai que contre le braconnage, contre les pillages, conséquences des conflits armés et autres, tout ce que nous avons à faire, c'est de travailler à avoir des mesures de lutte plus efficaces. Il y a des questions plus structurantes pour lesquelles je pense que la réflexion doit être approfondie. On a noté avec satisfaction le fait que Total ait renoncé à un certain nombre de choses, mais je pense qu'il sera difficile d'obtenir la même chose de tous les prétendants et de toute façon, il sera difficile d'avoir un consensus sur cette question avec une ressource qui n'est pas renouvelable. Moi, je pense qu'il serait souhaitable à l'avenir, pour le classement des sites, d'essayer de voir si on peut établir une disposition qui puisse permettre d'avoir un inventaire des ressources du site à classer afin d'évaluer quels sont les risques potentiels à l'avenir. Parce que si on classe les sites et on ne sait pas ce qu'il y a là-dedans, un jour ou l'autre, il y aura la tentation de savoir ce qu'il y a et ça crée des problèmes par rapport à la Convention. Je pense que dans le processus de classement et d'évaluation, il faudrait peut-être un inventaire des ressources potentiellement, dont l'exploitation est potentiellement dangereuse pour la préservation des biens et surtout des valeurs universelles exceptionnelles. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much, Senegal. I will now give the floor to Ramsar.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. This is probably the first time that the Secretariat of the Ramsar Convention on Wetlands is represented at a World Heritage Committee meeting. And so I would like to express our happiness at being present and to thank the government of the State of Qatar for their generous hosting of this important event. One of the key obligations of Ramsar contracting parties is the listing of their priority wetlands as wetlands of international importance, also known as Ramsar sites, and to manage these sites under the wise use principle. Worldwide, there are now 2,182 Ramsar sites, and some 82 of these sites have also been listed as World Heritage Sites. Examples include the Kakadu National Park in Australia and the Sundarbans in Bangladesh. As a result, there has been a long history of cooperation between the Ramsar Convention and the World Heritage Convention to manage and maintain the value of their common sites. This includes organizing joint meetings, training courses, or through joint missions to sites which are under threat. Recent examples include the mission to Doñana in Spain in 2011 and to the Virunga National Park in March this year. I must also mention the important contribution made by international organization partners of the Ramsar Convention, such as IUCN and WWF, for their active support in carrying out these activities. This evening and on Wednesday morning, there will be a number of side events organized by WWF and the Ramsar Secretariat to report on past collaboration, but more importantly, to seek your advice on how to strengthen the cooperation between the Ramsar Convention and the World Heritage Convention in future. you will be receiving notices of these side events. Thank you for your time, and the Ramsar Convention looks forward to working more closely with the World Heritage Convention in future.
Thank you very much, Ramsar. If there are no more interventions, I will pass or give the floor to Mrs. Tocharova to answer your questions. Thank you very much. You have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chair, for giving me the floor to reply to the questions that were raised and which concern the draft decision. I'll try to reply first to the question of Germany concerning the timeline, because that's a very practical issue, and probably other delegations would like to know a little bit more about the implementation of such a measure. What actually the decision proposes is an immediate effect, but clearly that would be a transitional provision, because what the draft decision proposes as well is to look at this issue and examine it by the committee at its 39th session, together with other issues related to the operational guidelines. In practical terms, it means that if the committee, the immediate effect would mean that if the committee examines a report at this session, and this is a report for which it requests to be presented in 2 years' time, that is the date which is to be inscribed in the decision would be the 1st of December 2015. So it means that on the 1st of December this year, 2014, there would be no decision that would arrive at the center. No state of conservation reports. I don't know if that is clear, because we do not suggest, the document does not suggest to introduce a retroactive deadline, but we suggest an immediate effect just because it will take 2 years anyways, and will become effective actually for the 40th session of the committee. So that's the idea, and this is the essence of the proposal. It is important also to note, and I think this would respond as well to the question of Poland concerning the sites in danger. I'd like to draw your attention to item 12 of the draft decision, which says that this deadline of 1st of December would be valid and with immediate effect, except for properties inscribed on the list of World Heritage in danger and for cases of utmost urgency, which means that if a site or a SOC report for a given property is to be examined after 1 year because of it's inscribed on the list of danger, or because it's very, very important and very urgent to review the state of conservation, then the 1st of February deadline remains valid, just because it gives a little bit more time between the committee and the date for submission of the state of conservation report to the World Heritage Center, given that it's not a 2-year cycle, but 1 year cycle for those very urgent or inscribed on the danger list properties. To continue in the same logic, because it's in a way that concerns the same issue, Poland made a comment that that 1st of December is not a deadline, which is very, very practical, because it's just a little bit before the end of the year, and there are 4 weeks that would not be reflected. Just make a remark that the state party would have had 17 months, so it's not such a short period. It's really a longer period on which the state party can report on activities that have been already implemented or in the process of being undertaken. And we do believe that this is a deadline that can be convenient in a way for states parties and for advisory bodies and the World Heritage Center, and allow them a little bit more space to breathe, to states parties and to the center, and most of all, most importantly, allow space for dialogue. I hope this question is clear, but I'm ready to elaborate further if needed as to the implementation of the deadline, of the timeline. And thank you also for the comments of Finland, especially about the threats and the identified issues. And what you have rightly raised, there are good practices in there to be used. I'd very much agree with you that all of us, we do have a tendency to look at the threats more than look at the good practices. But of course, we have reported and given the good examples and good practices in some other documents, and I'd kind of encourage you to go back to the 5A document, where we have also talked about very positive issues and achievements that have been made. As you know, state of conservation is basically, we talk more about more negative issues, and probably that's a practice to be improved. I'm afraid I did not very well catch the question of Qatar. Maybe you could repeat your question.
You had a question or a comment, was it?
Yes, regarding the World Heritage Committee required the development of management plan or system. You stated that it's needed the process should also provide indication of necessary resources. How does the committee see this method or these steps or approaches toward these indications to make sure that these management plan are going in the right direction? Did you comprehend my question?
I think they're finding it difficult to answer the question, so perhaps we could take this on a side conversation at a later stage. Thank you very much. I would like to move on if there are no more comments or questions. Sorry, there is one more comment. You have the floor.
Actually, there was one more question which was raised by Finland, and that was a question to which I'll ask my colleague Guy Debonnet, our nature expert, to reply. And he's sitting next to our Deputy Director of the Center.
Thank you.
Thank you, Guy.
I understand the question was about how we will strengthen further the cooperation with CITES, if that's correct. So we have been, of course, working with CITES in the framework of the Biodiversity Liaison Group, where all the biodiversity conventions are represented, including CITES and also Ramsar. But over the last year, we have had several discussions with CITES on concrete actions on how to increase our cooperation, especially in the wake of a number of issues that were raised in the document. The issue of increasing poaching pressure in a lot of the sites, in particular elephant poaching and rhino poaching, but also other specific issues in certain sites, such as the issue of the trafficking of rosewood in the case of the Madagascar rainforests of the Atsinanana. So we've had several discussions with CITES. We have, on concrete cases like Madagascar, we are in a very close contact on the issues, and also in exchange with them on our approach to the state party to this issue. On the issue of poaching, we are discussing to develop a cooperation program in capacity building to introduce better monitoring of law enforcement in the World Heritage Sites. The CITES Convention has for several years a project called MIKE, which is the monitoring of illegal killing of elephants. And they work in a number of sites in, well, they have a number of sites in Africa, many of which are also World Heritage Sites. This is the case for Selous, the case for Kahuzi-Biega. Many of the sites that are MIKE sites are also World Heritage Sites. And so we want to work with CITES to introduce what is called SMART. This is a new technology in terms of monitoring of management effectiveness and monitoring of law enforcement into these sites. And so we are discussing together with the MIKE program of CITES on a joint cooperation, on a joint capacity building program in the framework of our own capacity building program for natural sites in Africa, which is the African Nature Program. I don't know if this answers your question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Does it answer your question? Thank you. If there are no more interventions, we'll move on to the report from the rapporteur.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. And let me inform you that for this draft decision 38.7, we have received no amendments, so you can proceed for the adoption. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any more comments or objection? I see none. Draft decision 38.7 is therefore adopted. Thank you very much for your cooperation on this item. We will now move to item 7A in the agenda. I would like to just mention that member states who are not here today will be moved to tomorrow's session. I read this, right? So, my dear friends and colleagues, according to paragraph 190 of the operational guidelines, the committee shall review annually the state of conservation of properties of the World Heritage in danger. We have now reached this crucial part of our agenda, which is at the heart of the convention. Before we start the examination of individual state of conservation reports, and before I give the floor to Mrs. Petya Tucharova, Chief of Interim of Policy and Statutory Meeting Section of the World Heritage Center, I would like to say that I will leave the session at the moment and hand over the chairmanship to Senegal. So if you could excuse me, and if I could ask Senegal to come and take my position. And I would like to thank you very much for today's session and look forward to seeing you tomorrow morning to continue our agenda at 9 a.m. Thank you very much.
Donc c'est à moi maintenant. Non? Oui, elle t'a donné la parole. Oui, mais je commence pas à parler sans président. Là.
Excellences, Mesdames, Messieurs, je voudrais vous remercier de la confiance qui nous est faite et être certaine que vous nous apporterez tout votre concours à la poursuite de ces travaux. Encore une fois, merci et nous allons sans plus tarder continuer le cours de la réunion que nous espérons mener aussi efficacement que Cheikha Mayassa l'a fait et gagner le maximum de temps possible tout en allant sur les questions de fond. Je vais donc dès à présent donner la parole à Madame Tocharova.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. In response to document WHC 14/38.com/inf7, which was dispatched on 16th of May, in which the Secretariat and the Advisory Body proposed a number of reports to be discussed during the session, and to the reminder sent on 28th of May 2014, the Secretariat has received a number of requests from committee members to discuss some additional state of conservation reports. These state of conservation reports, which have been requested to be opened by committee members, are highlighted in gray in your document INF7 Rev. They highlighted in gray. I mean, these are the new documents, the new SOC State of Conservation reports, which have been requested to be opened by committee members. Once we reach the relevant agenda items, the relevant State of Conservation reports to be opened for discussion, you may wish, Madam Chairperson, in order to improve the transparency of the process, to give the floor to the committee member who has requested a specific state of conservation report to be opened for discussion, in order to explain what are the reasons for putting forward this request. And like this, the debate can stay focused on the issue which has been raised. As we mentioned during the orientation session yesterday, and it has been mentioned earlier today in a different context, continuing with the rotation practice, the presentation and discussion of 7A will start with cultural properties in the following order of regions. Let me remind it, and I suppose that we shall see it shortly on the screens. We start with cultural properties in the following order of regions: Arab states, Asia Pacific, Europe and North America, Latin America and the Caribbean, Africa. Madam Chairperson, after the examination of the cultural properties inscribed on the list of World Heritage in danger, the discussion will continue with the examination of natural properties in the same regional order as for the cultural properties. And I'd like just to note that there are no mixed properties to be discussed on, in the framework of the 7A documents. Document 7A and 7A add present the reports on the state of conservation of the 44 properties that have been inscribed on the list of World Heritage in danger, out of which 26 are cultural properties and 18 are natural properties. Now, there is an announcement that the Secretariat would like to make and would like to highlight that half of the state of conservation reports requested by the committee to states parties was received in the World Heritage Center after the statutory deadline of 1st of February, making the timely preparation of documents quite difficult. And as we have explained it previously in the information meeting, and also even mentioned during the discussion we just had on the item 7 concerning the timeline. Furthermore, something else which is important, and we'd like to highlight it, some of the reports are not provided in one of the official languages of the convention, and we'd like very much to request the states parties to comply with this important requirement of the convention and its operational guidelines, and submit state of conservation reports in the language of the convention. If you allow me, Madam Chairperson, just before concluding, maybe we could recall some of the rules of procedure that we have already looked at earlier yesterday during the orientation session, but which you would probably want to apply on this agenda item as well. And here I want to mention the rules 22.5, 22.6, and 22.7 of the rules of procedure. According to 22.5, the chairperson shall put committee members' question to a state party once at the end of the committee's debate on the property. 22.6, states parties shall not speak to World Heritage properties in their own territories, except at the explicit invitation of the chairperson within the allowed time for their speech and in response to specific questions posed. And the newly introduced 22.7, revised actually at the 37th session, Rule 22.7, where according to which states parties may be invited by the chairperson to present their views concerning the state of, in this particular case, the state of conservation report, which is being discussed by the committee and concerns their state party. So you may wish to give them the floor, of course applying the time limits that have been discussed previously. And lastly, just one more thing, Madam Chairperson. I'd also like to remind that the distinguished committee members about the decision 35-12E, which the committee adopted at its 35th session in 2011, and which requests states parties to consider refraining from providing additional information regarding state of conservation issues after the deadlines indicated in the operational guidelines. As such last-minute information, it's very difficult to process it, it's difficult to evaluate it, and we just would like to recall this element. So thank you very much, Madam Chairperson.
Je vous remercie, Madame Tocharova, pour toutes ces précisions et leur caractère tout à fait pédagogique et utile. Je voudrais à présent inviter Madame Nada El Hassan du Centre du patrimoine mondial à présenter les rapports sur l'état de conservation des biens culturels situés dans la région arabe et qui sont ouverts pour discussion. Madame El Hassan.
Bonjour. Bonjour. Merci Madame la Présidente. Mesdames et Messieurs, bonjour. Je souhaiterais présenter à présent le rapport sur l'état de conservation des 6 biens de la République arabe syrienne qui se trouve dans le document de travail 7A, AD, respectivement à partir de la page 11 en français et de la page 10 en anglais. Les dommages que les biens du patrimoine mondial de la République arabe syrienne ont subis depuis l'année dernière varient d'un site à l'autre. Bien que les rapports sur leur état de conservation vous soient soumis séparément, vous trouverez dans le document 7A AD, en page 20 en français et en page 19 en anglais, un projet de décision générale qui se rapporte à l'ensemble de ces biens. La décision générale 38 7A.12 se trouve dans le document à la page 22 en français et 22 également en anglais. Diapo suivante, s'il vous plaît. Je souhaiterais à présent passer en revue les images des biens et les informations nouvelles reçues. Vous voyez les images de l'ancienne ville de Damas, où l'on constate la trace d'obus sur les mosaïques du 8e siècle de la mosquée des Omeyyades, au cœur de la vieille ville de Damas, ainsi que sur la citadelle et d'autres images de destruction de maisons. Concernant les nouvelles informations, suite à la réunion technique d'urgence que le Centre du patrimoine mondial a organisée avec la participation de l'ICROM, d'Interpol et de l'ICOMOS bien sûr, en décembre 2013, la Direction générale des antiquités et des musées de Syrie a mis en œuvre certaines mesures préventives très importantes préconisées par nous, et notamment pour la prévention contre les incendies et contre l'accès des groupes armés au point haut, comme les minarets et les clochers. C'est un point très important qui a mené à la destruction du minaret d'Alep. Diapo suivante, s'il vous plaît. Voici les images de l'ancienne ville de Bosra, de laquelle nous n'avons pas de photos depuis le début du conflit, mais où le gestionnaire du site est malheureusement décédé fin mai 2014, victime du conflit, dans l'exercice de ses fonctions. Diapo suivante. Le site de Palmyre, où vous pouvez constater les traces d'obus sur le temple de Bel et les images d'un butin de fouilles, illicite bien sûr, et de pillage. Diapo suivante. L'ancienne ville d'Alep, qui a été et continue d'être dévastée par le conflit en cours, comme le montrent ces images. Concernant les nouvelles informations, Alep a été le théâtre de 2 nouvelles explosions souterraines en bordure de son centre historique, à proximité de la citadelle. Ces explosions d'une grande violence ont pulvérisé 2 portions de son centre historique. L'ancienne ville d'Alep ne cesse de subir les effets dévastateurs du conflit à l'heure où nous parlons. Elle est de loin le bien syrien le plus affecté par ce conflit. Par ailleurs, des informations récentes font état de pillages par des groupes armés, d'éléments architecturaux de maisons historiques au sein du bien, tels que les boiseries, caractéristiques de l'architecture domestique alépine du XVIIe siècle jusqu'à la fin de la période ottomane. Diapo suivante, s'il vous plaît. Voici le krach des Chevaliers. Le bien est un bien sérial, le krach des Chevaliers et Khalat Salah-ad-Din. Nous n'avons pas d'informations ni d'images de Khalat Salah-ad-Din qui forment partie de ce site sérial, mais nous pensons que, étant reculé, son état de conservation devrait être préservé. Je présente donc le krach des Chevaliers. Ce bien a été le théâtre d'affrontements armés qui ont engendré d'importants dommages, comme le montrent les images que vous voyez à l'écran. Concernant les nouvelles informations, récemment, fin de mai 2014, le Centre du patrimoine mondial a organisé une réunion technique d'urgence sur le krach des Chevaliers avec la participation de la Direction générale des antiquités et des musées de Syrie, de l'ICOMOS, de l'ICROM, d'experts en conservation et en consolidation architecturale, d'archéologues, d'historiens spécialisés dans le krach des Chevaliers. Cette réunion, organisée dans le cadre du projet sauvegarde d'urgence du patrimoine culturel syrien, projet de l'UNESCO financé par l'Union européenne, avait pour objectif de déterminer les mesures de consolidation et de conservation d'urgence pour le krach. Lors de cette réunion, la Direction générale des antiquités a présenté un état de conservation très détaillé du bien et un plan d'action à court et moyen terme par ordre de priorité. Outre les recommandations techniques spécifiques que nous avons faites, la recommandation principale de cette réunion a été de limiter toute intervention aux mesures les plus urgentes et de la manière la plus minimale qui soit, et de laisser le travail sur un projet intégré de conservation pour la phase de l'après-conflit. Ce projet intégré nécessitera une réflexion approfondie et une équipe multidisciplinaire. Cette recommandation importante était également destinée à tous les biens syriens. Diapo suivante, s'il vous plaît. Je vous présente actuellement les villages antiques. La photo de Saint-Siméon que vous voyez à votre droite, c'est une photo où on ne voit pas de dommages, mais Saint-Siméon est un camp d'entraînement militaire actuellement. Les nouvelles informations concernant les villages antiques sont sur les fouilles illégales qui se poursuivent dans le bien et endommagent irréversiblement les restes archéologiques, en plus du vol du patrimoine mobilier, bien sûr, de ces villages antiques. J'aimerais à présent passer à une nouvelle information qui concerne l'ensemble des biens du patrimoine mondial syrien. C'est une nouvelle, disons, plutôt positive après ce triste bilan. Ceci concerne la tenue à l'UNESCO le 26 et 27 mai dernier d'une réunion internationale d'experts intitulée « Ralliement de la communauté internationale pour sauvegarder le patrimoine syrien ». Elle a été organisée dans le cadre du projet européen et avec le financement du gouvernement flamand de Belgique. Cette réunion a rassemblé les experts travaillant ou ayant travaillé sur l'étude, la documentation, la préservation du patrimoine syrien bâti, qu'il soit mobilier ou bâti, mobilier et immatériel, avec comme seul critère la compétence technique en la matière et les activités des experts sur la préservation du patrimoine syrien pendant le conflit. Parmi les 127 participants qui ont assisté à la réunion, 27 experts syriens de toutes les régions de Syrie ont pris une part active aux travaux de la réunion, loin de toute considération politique. La réunion a favorisé le partage de l'information, la localisation de la documentation sur le patrimoine culturel syrien, et elle a permis de mobiliser l'expertise internationale impliquée dans la conservation du patrimoine culturel en Syrie. De plus, elle a permis d'établir des modalités de coopération claires au niveau international, de renforcer la coordination internationale, notamment dans le cadre d'un projet que nous avons lancé, le projet de l'Observatoire du patrimoine syrien, que nous avons lancé à l'occasion de cette réunion et qui fait aussi partie du projet financé par l'Union européenne. Les résultats et les recommandations détaillées de cette réunion seront publiés sur la page web de l'UNESCO dédiée au patrimoine syrien très prochainement. J'ai fini ma présentation, mais je vous permets de vous rappeler que le projet de décision générale 38,7A12 vous est soumis dans le document 7A AD à la page 22 en français et 22 également en anglais. Merci Madame la Présidente.
Je vous remercie, Madame Alassane, pour cette présentation. Je voudrais à présent inviter les membres du comité à exprimer leurs commentaires sur ce point, s'ils en ont. Alors, d'accord. L'ICOMOS.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. ICOMOS would first like to highlight the important efforts made by the State Party, in particular the Directorate General of Antiquities and Museums, as well as those from heritage professionals and communities, to provide information on the current state of conservation and to continue to monitor and protect cultural heritage, given the difficult conditions that prevail and the limited ground access to the properties. At its 37th session, the committee considered that these properties were threatened by ascertained danger, particularly in regard to the deterioration of built heritage and by potential dangers that can have effects on its inherent characteristics, basically in relation to the effects of armed conflict. The state of conservation reports for the Syrian properties presented for consideration by the committee underscore some of the destruction that has been recorded by the State Party. As noted in them, the rate and extent of damage and impacts varies at each of these properties, although detailed and systematic information is lacking in regard to the overall state of all outstanding attributes from the archaeological, urban, and architectural perspectives. Deterioration and damage has occurred from shelling and fires, but has also resulted from illegal activities, such as extraction of construction materials, occupation of heritage sites, road and house construction, and illegal excavations, vandalism, and looting. It is reported, as my colleague from the center noted, that some of sections of the properties are being used for military purposes. At this stage, only preventive actions and risk mitigation measures can be continued to be implemented. In addition to the efforts undertaken by UNESCO and supported by the advisory bodies, we will continue to raise awareness about the current state of cultural heritage in Syria, but most importantly, to contribute to capacity building for the protection of heritage. The positive outcomes of the e-learning activities have allowed us to work with Syrian cultural heritage professionals from different sectors on identifying emergency responses and measures to safeguard heritage during conflict. We have also worked with them on providing practical guidelines for monitoring and damage assessment, as well as implementation of emergency actions. We expect to continue to work in this regard until security conditions allow for technical assistance missions to be deployed. ICOMOS would like to underscore the importance of limiting conservation actions to only first aid interventions until comprehensive surveys and condition recording has been carried out. Having the baseline information will be crucial to ensure that conservation efforts meet World Heritage standards and that heritage interventions do not erode the conditions of authenticity and integrity at these properties. In this regard, ICOMOS considers that defining the desired state of conservation and identifying corrective measures for the properties will be crucial to identify a clear roadmap and action plan to address current conditions and set forth the conditions for recovery. A prioritized action plan should also be the tool to allow for recovery efforts to be undertaken in a coordinated manner so we avoid duplication of efforts and we assure the best use of resources. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Je vous remercie, Madame Castellanos. Je donne à présent la parole au Liban.
Merci Madame la Présidente. Je tiens à remercier le secrétariat et surtout le Centre du patrimoine mondial pour le travail qui vient d'être préparé et qui se prépare pour la Syrie. C'est très bien fait et on s'attend à des résultats. Seulement, nous sommes en train de travailler pour le post-conflit. Or, les photos qu'on est en train de voir, c'est des photos de 2013. Donc, je pense qu'il y a eu beaucoup de développements malheureusement négatifs sur le plan des constructions. Du moins, c'est les informations que nous recevons, non confirmées officiellement, surtout au niveau de Saint-Siméon, le Stylite, le Crac des Chevaliers, le Vieil Alep. Bref, tous ces sites qui sont d'une importance universelle reconnue. Est-ce que l'UNESCO pourrait faire une initiative ou bien essayer de faire avec les Nations Unies une opération ou une initiative politique afin d'essayer de neutraliser ces régions, parce qu'au train où vont les choses, ça va aller très très mal, surtout que le conflit est en train de s'éterniser. Et s'il est vrai que le travail qui se fait au niveau du bureau régional de l'UNESCO à Beyrouth et à Paris est très sérieux et tout à fait louable, mais encore faut-il attendre le post-conflit. Merci.
Je vous remercie, Monsieur l'ambassadeur. Pas d'autres commentaires? La Croatie, s'il vous plaît.
Thank you, Mrs. Chair. These are sad images indeed. And may I say that I think we all sympathize, at least I personally and our delegation sympathizes with the Syrian people. Now, I would like to remind you that Croatia has had some tragic experience during the 90s as well, and that the post-war reconstruction project in Dubrovnik was seen as one of the successes of UNESCO-led reconstruction program in the post-war conflict situation. So what I would like to say is that when the time comes, and I hope the time will come soon, for the post-war, post-conflict reconstruction in Syria, we are ready and we will be more than willing to lend a hand with our experts and the experience that we've had in the 90s to help the Syrian people to renew and reconstruct their heritage. Thank you.
Je vous remercie. Je vois la Turquie. La Turquie a la parole. Monsieur l'ambassadeur.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Madam Chair, dear colleagues, distinguished Secretariat, the unfolding situation in Syria, in addition to the human tragedy, is equally critical for the sake of preservation, salvation actually, of world heritage in that very important, very sensitive country. I would like to simply highlight that we are aware of, very much conscious of the situation there and the graveness of the problem. And currently, Turkey treats the illegal smuggling and trafficking of Syrian assets, historic and cultural assets, as identical as its national property, and these are punishable as any criminal case occurs inside Turkish territory. And those items who are confiscated are taken under state custody to be returned to their original owner when the time comes. Turkish experts have been attending, participating actively in the efforts and meetings of UNESCO, and I also second the statement of our friends from Croatia, from the Croatian delegation, that Turkey will be ready to contribute to the efforts when the right time comes. Thank you.
Je vous remercie, Monsieur l'ambassadeur. D'autres commentaires? L'Allemagne, s'il vous plaît, Monsieur l'ambassadeur.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to join my Turkish distinguished delegate in also in saying that we deplore deeply the damages, the human tragedy in Syria, and which has also a bearing, very negative bearing on the cultural heritage. On the initiative, on the German initiative, the EU has decided already some time ago a ban on trade of Syrian cultural goods in order to prevent the laundering of the sites as much as we can or as little as we can. And on the 17th of June, the red list, which has been prepared by ICOM, will be presented in Berlin on the Museums Island in the German version. And finally, the German Archaeological Institute, which has a branch in Damascus, is ready to come back to Syria and to assist in reconstructing the sites as soon as security and political situation in Syria permits. Thank you.
Je vous remercie, Monsieur l'ambassadeur. Y aurait-il d'autres commentaires? L'Indonésie, s'il vous plaît.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Indonesia would like to express our deepest concern as well as sadness of what is happening. This will invite actually UNESCO to have more programs on not after conflict but before conflict, how to keep peace in certain area. If there is any convention, international convention, war could happen probably, which is unavoidable. And then we have got to know that certain sites of historical places should be protected and preserved and honored. And by this way, we can raise the awareness of all parties, the awareness of also the people of Syria to be able to protect their own historical wealth and health. Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Je vous remercie. Le Togo a la parole.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Je m'associe au précédent pour vous remercier ceux qui nous ont aidés à participer à cette conférence. Je suis vraiment consternée en voyant ces photos et je me pose plusieurs questions. Pourquoi s'attaque-t-on souvent sur les biens culturels classés? Est-ce par manque de sensibilisation, mauvaise foi ou bien mobile de désaccord? Parce que je ne comprends pas pourquoi les gens s'attaquent le plus sur les biens classés. J'aimerais avoir des éclaircissements. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Je vous remercie, Madame. Je transmettrai à la Présidente vos paroles aimables. Le Portugal, s'il vous plaît.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Non, évidemment, nous connaissons tous, malheureusement, l'étendue de la tragédie en Syrie. Et c'est évident que le moment venu, un moment que nous souhaitons qu'il vienne le plus vite possible, c'est tout le pays qu'il faudra reconstruire. mais c'est vrai que dans le processus de retour à la normalité, qui est un processus complexe, difficile, ardu, et il y a toutes les dimensions politiques, économiques, il y a l'éducation qui est importante. Il faudrait aussi voir qu'est-ce que l'UNESCO pourrait faire en termes de rétablir, d'aider au rétablissement de l'enseignement et des structures éducatives en Syrie. Mais, disais-je, donc la réhabilitation du patrimoine culturel me semble aussi une dimension extrêmement importante. Je me demande si je sais combien c'est difficile, mais si, au-delà de constater l'étendue de la tragédie, comme nous le voyons, et même je rejoins mon collègue libanais dans le sens que bon, ces photos, malheureusement, sont datées et on craint des prédations encore plus vastes. Mais si on ne devrait pas, d'un côté, actualiser l'information, et d'un autre côté, se préparer réellement avec des programmes, des calendriers, évidemment hypothétiques pour le moment, estimation de coûts, etc., pour le moment venu, faire face non seulement à la réhabilitation du patrimoine culturel en Syrie, mais aussi à cette énorme tâche de rétablir les structures éducatives dans le pays. Merci.
Merci, Monsieur l'ambassadeur. Je donne à présent la parole à l'Inde.
Thank you, Chairperson. We would just like to endorse what the other committee members have said and sympathize with Syria and give them encouragement in this difficult time and hope the conflict comes to an end soon. Thank you.
Merci, Madame. La parole est à présent au Qatar.
Merci Madame la Présidente. شكرا سيدتي الرئيسة. على كل حال نضم صوتنا لجميع من تحدث في الشأن السوري الحزين والمؤسف. طبعا كلنا نعلم بأن ليس فقط مواقع التراث تعاني ولكن البشر يعانون كذلك من هذا الوضع المتأزم الحزين. لو كان بيدنا سلطة لدى لجنة التراث العالمي أو لدى اليونسكو لكنا اقترحنا أن يتم إبعاد جميع المتحاربين خارج حدود مواقع التراث العالمي، ولكننا نعلم بأن هذه ليست يعني ليس بالأمر البسيط. كما أننا يعني لو كان لدينا السلطة لكنا اقترحنا أيضا أن يتم إخراج كل المقتنيات الأثرية من هذا البلد الغني بالآثار إلى أماكن آمنة ويتم إرجاعها بعد ذلك، ولكننا كذلك نعلم بأن ليس هناك قوة تستطيع فعل ذلك إلا قوة العقل والمنطق والرجوع إلى الحالة الآمنة والسلمية في البلاد. فنتمنى يعني نتمنى أن تعود الأمور إلى طبيعتها وإلى مجاريها وإلى يعني الحالة السلمية في البلد حتى تتم مباشرة ترميم كل هذا التراث الإنساني الذي دمر. شكرا.
Je vous remercie, Monsieur l'ambassadeur. La parole est à présent au Sénégal.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente. Ce que nous avons tous découvert est tout à fait affligeant. Nous avons connu par le passé les boucliers humains, c'est les hommes qui ont payé. Là, nous avons connu les boucliers culturels, c'est la culture qui paye. Tout cela est extrêmement triste et je pense que la voix de la raison a été peut-être évoquée par le Qatar. Moi, j'aime bien les utopies. Est-ce qu'on pourrait un jour demander aux belligérants de créer des couloirs de sauvegarde pour le patrimoine afin que les experts puissent y accéder? Merci.
Je vous remercie, Monsieur Bokoum. La parole est à présent à l'Algérie.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Je voudrais me joindre aux orateurs précédents bien entendu, pour dire toute notre tristesse devant de telles images et devant le drame que vit la Syrie actuellement. Nous avons déjà l'année dernière classé une série de biens culturels syriens sur la liste en péril. Nous nous retrouvons ici pour en classer d'autres. Que pouvons-nous dire? Nous espérons une accalmie. Nous espérons aussi que devant de telles images et peut-être d'autres images, que ces biens n'auront pas perdu leur authenticité et leur intégrité et qu'elles ne seront pas jugées inadaptées au patrimoine mondial. La civilisation syrienne étant une civilisation extraordinaire et d'une charge et d'une profondeur historique que tout le monde connaît. Comment intervenir dans une situation pareille? Tout d'abord, je voudrais rendre hommage, au nom de mon pays, à tous les conservateurs, les architectes, les gestionnaires du patrimoine qui, tous les jours, sont sur les sites et essayent de les sauvegarder et de les protéger. Nous leur rendons hommage. Nous espérons une accalmie prochaine qui pourrait permettre qu'il y ait un déplacement et une mission sur le terrain. C'est tout ce que nous pouvons dire, je crois, en l'état actuel des choses. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Merci, Madame. La parole est à présent à la Jamaïque.
Thank you, Chair. We would just like to join our colleague state parties in the expressions of support, certainly in terms of what is happening in Syria. For us, it is a reminder of the fragility of our heritage and that we do have to pay some attention and focus on how we engage the general population in terms of understanding the values of our heritage across the board. And I think we should take these particular examples as an incentive to improve and to increase the work that needs to be done, certainly at the state party level and as well here at the international level, in trying to ensure that we bring some urgency in protecting what is outstanding universal value of our heritage. Thank you.
Je vous remercie, Madame. La parole est à présent à la Colombie.
Gracias, señora presidenta. La delegación de Colombia puede en este momento expresar, de la misma manera que los representantes del Comité de las Delegaciones lo han hecho, es sumarnos en la voz del dolor, en la voz de la petición internacional de acoger todos los caminos posibles para el encuentro de la paz y de restablecer la posibilidad de la reconstrucción de una sociedad, de una humanidad que se ha expresado a través del patrimonio cultural. Gracias.
Je vous remercie, Madame. Je ne vois plus de demande d'intervention. Alors, je voudrais à présent passer la parole à M. Bandarin pour répondre. Je sais que les propos et les images présentées par Mme Al-Hassan ont suscité beaucoup d'émoi, beaucoup d'empathie et beaucoup de témoignages de solidarité. Monsieur Bandarin.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Bon, dans les rapports que vous avez soumis, vous avez vu la situation. La situation en Syrie est tragique et a atteint des niveaux que peut-être on n'avait jamais vus et jamais connus. Il y a eu une question très importante qui a été soulevée par l'ambassadeur du Liban. Quoi faire pendant les conflits? Il est évident que l'UNESCO peut être une force très importante dans la reconstruction, dans la post-conflit. Mais pendant les conflits, quoi faire. Et nous, on a vécu pendant les derniers 2 ans un immense niveau de frustration sur ça, parce qu'on voyait chaque jour à la télé ou à l'Internet les destructions massives du patrimoine millénaire qu'est la Syrie, dont la Syrie est dépositaire. Et sans pouvoir faire beaucoup, sans pouvoir vraiment intervenir dans une guerre meurtrière et qui a évidemment ciblé les patrimoines beaucoup plus que dans d'autres situations, comme je disais, qu'on a connues. Alors, quoi faire? Ça, c'est la question. Il est évident que l'UNESCO a fait tous les appels possibles. Je pense que les appels de la directrice générale ont été nombreux. À chaque événement tragique, on a intervenu. On a aussi mobilisé au plus haut niveau les forces des Nations Unies. Vous savez qu'il y a eu même une déclaration conjointe UNESCO avec le secrétaire général des Nations Unies. Et on a même atteint les niveaux le plus haut possible dans notre système, le Conseil de sécurité, qui, dans ses résolutions, a mentionné explicitement la question de la sauvegarde du patrimoine matériel et immatériel syrien comme un des aspects, disons, pour lesquels il faut garantir une protection. Mais les appels, avec Brahimi, M. Brahimi, on a fait tout. Je pense qu'au point de vue des appels, on n'a pas manqué, et je pense que l'opinion publique a bien remarqué ça. Mais en même temps, ça n'est pas suffisant. Donc je transmets, je vous dis, on a continué à vivre dans une frustration extrême, parce qu'on n'a pas des outils. Oui, on a les conventions, la convention 72 évidemment, on a la convention de 70 contre le trafic illicite, on a la convention de 54 pour la protection du patrimoine cas des conflits armés, mais on a vu que ce sont des outils qui dans les conflits, n'ont pas vraiment la capacité d'intervenir et de mettre, disons... Quand il y a un conflit de ce type, la première chose qui se passe, c'est que les gens partent. Les organisations humanitaires partent, les Nations Unies partent, tous les responsables partent, il reste un vide. Et le vide est évidemment rempli par les forces armées, les forces des combattants. Donc, on est vraiment incapable de faire ça. Et je pense qu'il y a des mesures qu'on pourrait prendre, mais il faut bien mieux se préparer. Par exemple, un cas sur lequel j'insiste toujours, c'est le fait que quand tout le monde parle, il y a une organisation qui rentre, c'est la Croix-Rouge. Et la Croix-Rouge, dans ses statuts, a aussi la protection du patrimoine comme une des tâches. Évidemment, ils ne sont pas spécialisés sur ça, parce que la Croix-Rouge a une fonction humanitaire surtout, mais on pourrait bien travailler avec eux, on a beaucoup d'échanges avec eux pour arriver à ça, pour renforcer les capacités de la Croix-Rouge, même dans ces domaines. Est-ce que ça est la solution? Évidemment, vous pouvez vous répondre vous-même. Ce n'est pas une solution qui peut amener à protéger Alep ou le crack des chevaliers. Quand il y a Mais au moins, on a un point d'appui. Donc, je pense que c'est une créneau, une direction à prendre. Puis, il y a des choses qu'on peut faire. Et d'ailleurs, dans les séminaires, dans la réunion qu'on a eue récemment à Paris, de toutes les forces sur le terrain en Syrie, les forces évidemment engagées dans les patrimoines, on en a examiné plusieurs pour arriver à mettre, disons, limite ou au moins limiter les dommages. Une bonne information est très importante. On ne l'a pas. Nous, on n'a pas une bonne information sur ce qui se passe. Donc, on a créé l'observatoire et cet observatoire, j'espère, sera un outil important pour arriver même à prévenir certaines choses. Une bonne formation, on l'a eu, mais il faut la mieux faire vers les fonctionnaires, les responsables qui sont sur place, surtout sur des thèmes qui sont à la une, comme par exemple le trafic illicite. On a fait des choses, on a fait des formations sur ça, on a fait des réunions aussi des pays voisinants pour essayer de limiter la chose. On a pu faire des choses, mais vous vous rendez compte, ce sont parfois des gouttes dans l'océan, hein, ce n'est pas une chose qui est résolutive. Donc, il faut travailler sur ça. On a mentionné les listes rouges, on a fait plus d'informations au public, à l'intérieur, à l'extérieur. Donc, on peut faire des choses en plus, mais évidemment, il restera toujours un certain décalage entre ce qu'on voudrait faire et ce qu'on arrive à faire. Et ça, c'est ça la raison de la frustration qu'on a eue. On a maintenant un projet important. L'Union européenne nous a donné 2,5 millions d'euros pour faire un projet d'intervention qui a été déjà établi dans votre pays, au Liban, dans notre bureau, et qui j'espère pourra, dans les années à venir, faire plus, en créant un réseau, en développant des relations, en donnant du soutien à ceux qui sont sur place. On a d'autres outils, d'ailleurs, et même hier, vous avez vu que le Qatar a fait une donation très importante. Ce n'est pas pour la Syrie, d'accord, mais ça nous donne plus de moyens pour avancer dans ce domaine qui est la prévention des risques, au cas des catastrophes naturelles, mais aussi en cas de conflits, et pour faire de l'UNESCO une machine plus utile dans ces cas. Donc, en conclusion, je n'ai pas de réponse vraiment, mais j'ai un constat à faire. On a subi vraiment la situation en Syrie, c'était un cas assez tragique. Le cas du Mali est similaire, mais plus petit. On se prépare maintenant pour les prochaines crises avec des outils plus importants. Merci.
Je vous remercie, M. Bandarin, pour ces précisions, mais entre ce qu'on veut et ce qu'on peut, pour ne pas transformer en frustration, mais en émulation, toujours. Je donne à présent la parole à Mme Al-Hassan.
Merci Madame la Présidente. Suite aux remarques d'ordre stratégique et diplomatique de M. Bandarin, je voudrais répondre plus précisément peut-être aux questions des délégués distingués. Concernant la date des photos, tout simplement le rapport nous est parvenu en janvier 2013, il est soumis par l'État partie, les photos sont donc de fin 2013, le rapport nous est parvenu en janvier. Nous avons beaucoup de photos récentes, mais nous avons la règle ici de n'utiliser que des photos transmises par l'État partie, donc nous avons volontairement écarté les photos plus récentes, mais nous les avons dans le cadre de l'observatoire, nous les collectons d'une manière méthodique. En ce qui concerne ce qu'on fait tout de suite, la manière dont on fait face au conflit tout de suite, c'est surtout dans le domaine du trafic illicite qu'il est possible d'agir très vite maintenant. Et sur ce plan, nous sommes très actifs aussi en coopération avec les pays limitrophes. Le délégué de la Turquie a souligné justement le grand travail que son pays est en train de faire. Et le délégué du Liban sait très bien que les efforts faits par les Libanais sont très importants dans ce domaine. Donc nous savons que le trafic illicite est lié aux fouilles clandestines qui endommagent aussi à jamais, outre que le vol donc, en soi des objets culturels. Vous avez dans le document général sur les sites syriens une phrase qui provient d'une résolution du Conseil de sécurité de l'ONU et qui est le résultat de tous ces appels que la directrice générale et le secrétaire général de l'ONU ont fait, appelant toutes les parties à immédiatement préserver la diversité de la société syrienne qui fait sa richesse et le patrimoine culturel syrien du pays, et à prendre des mesures nécessaires pour protéger les sites du patrimoine mondial qui se trouvent en Syrie. Nos appels sont allés aussi aux tables de négociation à Genève et nous savons que les deux parties ont discuté du patrimoine. Nous savons aussi que dans les zones qui ne sont pas sous contrôle gouvernemental, il y a une task force qui s'occupe de patrimoine et qui essaye même de négocier avec certains groupes qui pratiquent la destruction intentionnelle de patrimoine. Donc ça, c'est en ce qui concerne les questions du Liban et partiellement celles du Portugal. Concernant les délégués qui ont très gentiment et avec beaucoup de compassion proposé leur aide à transmettre leur savoir-faire, ceci est un point extrêmement important. Le travail que nous allons faire dans le cadre de cette unité qui s'occupera de conflits et de désastres est sûrement dirigé sur la prévention et le travail donc antécédents et les expériences des pays qui ont déjà vécu ces conflits et qui sauront nous renseigner beaucoup mieux sur les méthodes à faire. Mais je tiens à signaler que le projet que nous sommes en train de faire est un projet qui capitalise sur ce qu'on peut faire actuellement pour préparer l'intervention future. Nous préparons actuellement les équipes multidisciplinaires spécialisées pour chacun des sites, des monuments, des époques historiques ou des villes, etc., afin d'être opérationnels tout de suite quand le besoin naît ou quand on peut aller sur place. Concernant ce qu'on appelle en anglais le safe haven, donc ce que le délégué du Qatar a mentionné et ce que pratique la Turquie, en fait, de garder les objets culturels en attendant la fin du conflit. Là aussi, nous sommes actifs et nous sommes en contact avec les pays qui peuvent favoriser certaines de ces pratiques pour des cas précis, mais pas pour un cas général, ce qui serait impossible. Le distingué délégué de l'Allemagne a parlé de la résolution de l'Union européenne pour empêcher le trafic illicite. En effet, notre réunion d'experts de fin mai dernier a préconisé de demander au Conseil de sécurité une résolution qui empêcherait le trafic de tous les objets culturels syriens, à l'instar de ce qui a été fait pour l'Irak en 2003. Donc là aussi, nous sommes actifs au niveau diplomatique et au niveau de l'ONU, et c'est une initiative que nous pourrions porter plus loin, que nous sommes en train d'étudier. Concernant ce que la déléguée distinguée du Togo a posé comme question sur pourquoi on s'attaque au patrimoine, eh bien, la plupart des sites que je vous ai montrés sont des sites militaires stratégiques, le Krak des Chevaliers, la citadelle d'Alep, le site même de Saint-Siméon, le Stylite, qui est entouré d'une muraille qui en a fait une citadelle pendant longtemps. Beaucoup des sites historiques sont dans des positions sur des monts, de par leur statut historique, donc étaient basés sur des monts, comme tous les sites archéologiques. Donc oui, ça en fait une cible, mais ce qui en fait aussi une cible dans le cadre des villes historiques, c'est le tissu urbain très dense qui permet les combats de rue, malheureusement. C'est pour ça que dans les mesures que nous avons préconisées pour Damas, nous avons donné des conseils sur comment bloquer l'accès aux minarets et aux clochers, qui sont vraiment l'accès à ces monuments hauts favorise évidemment leur destruction. Alors, pour l'actualisation de l'information du distingué délégué du Portugal, je crois que j'ai répondu que dans le cadre de l'Observatoire, nous sommes en train d'œuvrer pour que l'information soit actuelle. Donc, au-delà de la constatation, nous travaillons sur localiser la documentation existante, préparer les équipes, travailler sur ce qu'on appelle le First Aid Actions. Donc, toutes ces réunions d'urgence que j'ai mentionnées sont pour former les capacités des Syriens sur place à faire des travaux de consolidation d'urgence, à sécuriser les musées, à sécuriser les œuvres d'art disons, volumineuses qui ne peuvent pas bouger, etc. Donc, il y a un travail en parallèle à ce que j'ai dit. Il y a un travail que nous sommes en train de faire pour former les personnes qui sont sur place de tous bords, dans toutes les régions de Syrie, afin de sauver ce qui est sauvable. Je pense que ce que les délégués distingués de l'Inde et du Sénégal ont dit, je ne crois pas que je pourrais ajouter à leur consternation. Par contre, pour Madame la déléguée d'Algérie, vous avez dit que nous sommes en train de classer d'autres sites. Non, nous ne classons pas d'autres sites. Ce sont les 6 biens qui étaient classés l'année dernière, qui sont malheureusement encore plus en danger qu'ils ne l'étaient et en partie très détruits comme Alep. Nous espérons également d'aller en mission sur place, mais pour le moment, même la direction des Antiquités ne peut pas aller sur ses propres sites. Je me joins à vous, avec tous mes collègues certainement, pour rendre hommage à tous les professionnels syriens avec grande émotion pour tout le travail quotidien qu'ils font, et surtout en sachant qu'ils y laissent leur vie parfois. Ceci est reflété dans la décision qui vous est proposée. Voilà, je crois que j'ai répondu à toutes les questions en complément avec ce que M. Mandarin a fait. Merci.
Je vous remercie, Madame Al-Hassan. Je voudrais maintenant vous inviter à procéder à l'adoption du projet de décision 38 comme 7A 12 concernant ce que nous venons d'évoquer. Monsieur le rapporteur, auriez-vous reçu des projets d'amendement?
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente. Permettez-moi de vous informer que pour ce projet de décision, on a reçu 2 propositions d'amendement qui viennent de la part de la Turquie. Alors, je vais les lire en anglais. Turkey has submitted an amendment on paragraph number 5, reading as follows. Welcoming the contributions and efforts of states parties who have already taken effective action, reiterates an appeal to the neighboring countries and to the international community to continue cooperation in fighting against the illicit trafficking of cultural heritage coming from Syria. And in paragraph number 6, it is also Turkey proposing an amendment as follows. Urge all parties involved in the conflict in Syria to refrain from any action that would cause further damage to cultural heritage of the country and to fulfill their obligations under international law by taking all possible measures and the rest. Thank you very much.
Je vous remercie. Y a-t-il des commentaires ou des objections? Voilà. Le Portugal a la parole.
Je me demande, Madame la Présidente, je ne suis pas anglophone, mais est-ce que les 2 textes sont exactement égaux? Parce que rates and appeal, ce n'est pas exactement la même chose que réitère son appel. C'est-à-dire, je crois que la traduction anglaise, ça devrait, ou l'original anglais, devrait être rates its appeal. Il y a une petite contradiction de sens. Enfin, mais je ne suis pas anglophone, je ne sais pas, mais il me semblerait qu'on devrait dire qu'elle réitère son appel, ou l'appel, et pas un appel. Mais je laisse ça au traducteur.
Je vous remercie, Monsieur l'ambassadeur. Y a-t-il un autre commentaire? Non? À ce moment-là.
Non, Madame la Présidente, il n'y a pas d'autres amendements, donc vous pouvez procéder pour l'adoption de la décision. Merci.
Mais je vous remercie. Donc, je déclare donc la résolution, la décision 38 comme 7A 12 adoptée telle qu'amendée. Merci. Je voudrais à présent redonner la parole à Madame. Je voudrais à présent redonner la parole à Madame Al-Hassan. Vous vous repréparez? Voilà. Allez-y, je vous remercie.
Je vous remercie, Madame la Présidente. La prochaine diapositive, s'il vous plaît. Merci. Nous allons à présent parler de la ville historique de Zabid, au Yémen. Le rapport sur l'état de conservation de la ville historique de Zabid se trouve dans le document de travail 7A AD, donc le même document, à la page 14 en français et à la même page 14 en anglais. Le projet de décision 38 comme 7A.13 vous est soumis dans le document 7A. Ah pardon, c'est le 7A, pas le 7A AD, je suis désolée. Donc le projet de décision est dans le document 7A, à la page 17 en français et page 16 en anglais. Les photos que vous voyez font état de constructions illégales et d'additions intrusives affectant l'intégrité du bien et qui sont détaillées, dont les problèmes sont détaillés dans le rapport. Concernant les nouvelles informations, une requête d'assistance internationale en faveur de la ville historique de Zabid a été approuvée pour une valeur d'environ 30 000 $ américains, c'est assez récent. Le projet financé permettra à l'État partie de développer un programme de sensibilisation auprès des habitants de la ville afin de placer les communautés locales au cœur d'un processus participatif de conservation tel que demandé par votre comité du patrimoine mondial. Il permettra également de produire des recommandations techniques de conservation, de réhabilitation à l'usage des habitants. Par ailleurs, l'État partie a très récemment informé le comité du patrimoine mondial, le Centre du patrimoine mondial, de la mobilisation du gouvernement yéménite au plus haut niveau pour empêcher les constructions et les extensions illégales au sein du bien. Je donne actuellement donc tout de suite la parole à ma collègue Carolina Castellanos de l'ICOMOS et je m'excuse pour ne pas l'avoir fait avant.
Madame Castellanos, vous avez la parole.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. On behalf of ICOMOS, the serious deterioration of Sabid warranted its inscription on the list of World Heritage Danger in 2000. The difficult political and socio-economic conditions that have prevailed since then have precluded the possibility of systematically implementing the identified corrective measures to meet the time frame previously set for 2013 to achieve the desired state of conservation for the property. Notwithstanding, some positive progress has been made, particularly in regard to the adoption of the law on protection of historic sites in 2003. This should set the basis for further development of regulations regarding new construction and also for conservation and rehabilitation interventions. The enforcement of regulatory measures will be crucial to address detrimental factors such as the replacement of historic buildings by inappropriate concrete buildings. The support of the Arab Regional Center for World Heritage in Bahrain will also be important for efforts being made by implementing pilot conservation projects, particularly for urban rehabilitation. We expect that these will yield important lessons for the development of a sustainable strategy for the property. In addition, the approval of international assistance for it will be essential to address one of the key factors that relate to community engagement and awareness. Grassroots approaches are needed to ensure that communities are effectively involved in the definition of regulations to address construction violations and in conservation work centered on the stabilization and maintenance of traditional buildings and their architectural features. Enhancement of community involvement should serve to recognize the importance of traditional management systems, but also to define measures to address the needs of population in relation to housing condition and other factors, so that the conservation of heritage does not constitute a source of tension and it can be reconciled with social needs. It will be crucial that these efforts are continued to maintain community engagement in conservation actions and decision-making at the property, so that effective and sustainable conditions are created to adequately meet existing conservation and management challenges. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Je vous remercie, Madame Castellanos. La parole est à présent aux membres du comité qui souhaiteraient la prendre pour faire leurs observations. Y a-t-il des intervenants sur ce point? Je n'en vois pas. Ah, les Philippines, s'il vous plaît.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The historic town of Zabid of the state party of Yemen is archaeologically and historically significant for the Arab and Muslim worlds for its influential Islamic university, which promotes the diversity of the World Heritage List. The degradation of the city's built heritage is a shared concern of the international community, thus the site was placed on the list of World Heritage in danger. We encourage the state party to actively implement pro-conservation programs in its physical fabric and to regularly conduct heritage awareness, appreciation, protection, and utilization projects for the community. This way, we could envision a revival of the Heritage District to make it more meaningful, useful, and habitable in the contemporary context and lives of its residents. We do enjoin the World Heritage Center, the advisory bodies, especially the World Heritage Historic Cities Program, to extend valuable support to inspire and to resuscitate back to life the historic town of Zabid.
Je vous remercie. Je donne la parole à présent à la Jamaïque. La Jamaïque, s'il vous plaît.
Thank you, Chair. I just have one quick observation, and well, it's more of a question. How does the historic urban landscape, the whole initiative, what kind of impact would it have in situations such as this? Is this something that could be considered, especially when we see this level of degradation that's taking place in city's heritage. Thank you.
Je vous remercie, Madame. Y a-t-il d'autres intervenants? Non. Donc, ne voyant pas d'autres intervenants, je vais redonner la parole à Madame Alassane et à Madame Castellanos dans l'ordre qu'elles voudront.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Pardon. Je voudrais tout d'abord répondre à la question des Philippines. En effet, les deux questions concernent l'approche du HAL, Historic Urban Landscape, le programme pour la conservation des villes. Le cas de Zabid n'est pas concerné par la modernisation en tant que croissance économique et urbaine. C'est vraiment un cas pur de conservation d'une ville avec une économie très modeste, où les habitants ont besoin de place et ont besoin de construire une cuisine, une chambre pour l'enfant le fils qui s'est marié, et s'étendre dans un petit espace. Donc c'est un problème de réglementation urbaine, de gestion de la ville. Évidemment, l'approche intégrée de la recommandation sur les paysages urbain historique de l'UNESCO est une source méthodologique et une approche de travail. Mais comme vous pouvez constater par le rapport de conservation, il s'agit à Zabid vraiment de travailler avec les communautés locales pour les sensibiliser à la valeur du patrimoine et pour éviter toutes ces constructions illégales qui prolifèrent à une très grande vitesse. C'est pour ça que l'assistance internationale que j'ai présentée, bien qu'elle soit modeste, est très importante. C'est vraiment le début pour travailler main dans la main avec les communautés locales. Voilà en ce qui concerne les communautés locales, et je pense que Carolina aura sûrement des choses à rajouter. Merci.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam Chair. I think one of the things with Zabid and the whole approach would be relevant in that respect is we're trying to reconcile the needs of the living communities with the conservation of the heritage city. The whole approach allows us to put several layers of complexity in this defining of management and planning tools. So it is very relevant in this case, as it is relevant for any other historic city and living heritage place. One of the issues with Zabid that has yet to be comprehensively addressed, and which is why it's so important for this year that international assistance has been granted in this respect, is raising awareness between the community members, the local inhabitants, about the issues facing heritage conservation, and making them more active and more engaging in more participatory decision-making processes, rather than creating tensions by enforcing and by defining and just enforcing regulations, rather than jointly defining how construction should be regulated. We do see some progress. It's a long way, it's a long road ahead, because building grassroots approaches takes time, and there's a complicated situation that has precluded the possibility of systematically implementing actions. We could take the opportunity that Francesco Vandarin is here to talk about Hull, but I don't know, Madam Chair, the timing is working. Thank you.
Monsieur Vandarin, souhaiteriez-vous compléter ou apporter quelques précisions?
Je pense que je n'ai pas beaucoup à ajouter, sauf que, en connaissant un peu le cas des Zabid, c'est un cas assez complexe, dont la partie qu'on a mis en évidence, la construction des sites, des maisons, est seulement une composante. Je pense qu'il y en a une autre, peut-être il faudrait bien examiner, c'est-à-dire la vie économique de la ville. Et quand l'État a décidé de vider la ville et le souk de la ville, il a créé en même temps deux problèmes. Un vide au milieu de la ville et une bidonville à l'extérieur. Donc je pense que le problème de la revitalisation économique est central dans toutes ces affaires. Il n'y aura jamais une ville vivante et patrimoniale si la vie ne revient pas au centre des habitants.
Je vous remercie pour toutes ces précisions. Je voudrais à présent vous inviter à l'adoption du projet de décision 38 comme 7 à 13, donc relatif au point que nous venons d'évoquer. Monsieur le rapporteur, auriez-vous reçu des amendements à ce sujet?
Muchas gracias, señora presidenta. Permítame informarle que para este proyecto de decisión no hemos recibido ninguna enmienda, así que puede usted proceder directamente a la adopción de la misma. Muchas gracias.
Donc, ce texte est adopté. Ah, excusez-moi, nous venons d'avoir le Yémen qui souhaite s'exprimer. Vous avez la parole, monsieur.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السيدات والسادة رئيس وأعضاء لجنة التراث العالمي المحترمين، السيدات والسادة ممثلو الدول الأعضاء المحترمون الحاضرون جميعا، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. يسعدني ويشرفني أن أكون بينكم في هذا اللقاء السنوي المبارك الذي يجمع خلاصة علماء وخبراء التراث في العالم. وأود هنا أن ألفت عنايتكم الكريمة لما تعانيه مواقع التراث العالمي في كثير من الدول العربية في ظل الظروف الاستثنائية العصيبة السياسية والأمنية والاقتصادية. ولم تكن اليمن في منأى عن هذه الظروف التي أثرت منذ العام 2011 على كافة مناحي الحياة الاقتصادية والاجتماعية والثقافية. وقد عانت اليمن وما زالت من ظاهرة الإرهاب كذلك الذي كبد الدولة مبالغ كبيرة جدا وخسائر. كل ذلك أثقل كاهل اليمنيين وأثر سلبا على مستوى تمويل وتنفيذ مشاريع التنمية، وتأثرت بذلك مواقع التراث العالمي في اليمن. ولم تكن مواقع التراث في اليمن بمعزل من هذه التطورات وانعكاسات. وبالرغم من هذه الظروف العصيبة وشحة الإمكانيات البشرية وضعف البنية التحتية والأساسية والمؤسسية وانعدام الموارد، إلا أن الحكومة اليمنية استطاعت تحقيق العديد من الإنجازات، من أهمها إصدار قانون الحفاظ على المدن التاريخية وإعادة التعاون مع المؤسسة الألمانية GIZ في تطوير بناء القدرات. كما تم تدشين التعاون مع المركز الإقليمي العربي للتراث العالمي من خلال توقيع اتفاقية بين وزارة الثقافة والمركز الإقليمي في البحرين لتنفيذ مشروع حيوي هام في مدينة زبيد. ولا ننسى أن نتقدم بالشكر والتقدير لمعالي الشيخة مي بنت محمد آل خليفة رئيسة المركز، وإلى الدكتور منير بوشناقي وكل العاملين في هذا المركز. كما أصدر مجلس الوزراء العديد من القرارات الهامة التي تهدف إلى اتخاذ تدابير عاجلة لحماية مدينة زبيد التاريخية. تم عقد العديد من الاجتماعات وتبنت حملة شعبية برئاسة دولة رئيس مجلس الوزراء لحماية مدينة زبيد التاريخية، والتزمت كثير من السلطات المحلية بتنفيذ بعض المشروعات. بالتنسيق مع التعاون مع المؤسسة الألمانية تقوم بمراجعة استراتيجية الحفاظ على المدن التاريخية. السيدات والسادة لا يزال يحدو بنا الأمل من اجتماعكم هذا بالمنظمات الدولية وخاصة مركز التراث العالمي اليونسكو بتقديم المساعدة الفنية والمالية المناسبة بصورة عاجلة من أجل إعداد مخطط وتنفيذ مشاريع فعالة ومستدامة لتنفيذ أعمال الصيانة، كونها أيضا تمثل رافد رئيسي لتنمية الموارد البشرية. إننا نجدد التزامنا وحرصنا وحرص الحكومة اليمنية وفق إمكانياتها المتاحة. كما نشكر مركز التراث العالمي والأستاذة ندى الحسن في تقديم الدعم المناسب، ولكن نأمل بالمزيد. ختاما نتقدم خالص شكرنا وتقديرنا لدولة قطر قيادة وحكومة وشعبا، ونخص بالذكر معالي الشيخ المياسة على حسن الاستقبال والضيافة والإعداد المتميز، والشكر موصول لكل من ساهم وشارك في الإعداد والتحضير. شكرا جزيلا.
Merci à vous, merci. Je voudrais à présent redonner la parole à Madame Al-Hassan pour que nous puissions lire la liste des biens culturels de la région arabe pour lesquels les rapports sont proposés pour adoption sans discussion. Madame Al-Hassan, s'il vous plaît.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Les biens qui n'ont pas été proposés pour discussion du document 7A sont les suivants. Abou Mena en Égypte, il s'agit de la décision 38 comme 7A.1 qui se trouve à la page 5 de votre document. dans la version française et à la page 5 également pour la version anglaise. Le deuxième site est le site de Assour, Qal'at Shirqat, en Irak. La décision est la 38 comme 7A.2 qui se trouve à la page 7 de votre document 7A pour la version française et à la page 7 également pour la version anglaise. Le troisième site est la ville archéologique de Samarra en Irak, décision 38 comme 7A.3 qui se trouve à la page 9 de votre document 7A pour la version française et à la page 9 également pour la version anglaise. Le dernier bien proposé, qui n'est pas proposé pour discussion, est le lieu de naissance de Jésus, l'église de la Nativité et la route de pèlerinage en Palestine. Décision 38 comme 7A.5 qui se trouve à la page 13 du document 7A pour la version française et à la page 12 pour la version anglaise. Merci Madame la Présidente.
Je vous remercie Madame Al-Hassan. S'il n'y a pas d'objection de la part du comité et qui accepte de prendre note de ces rapports, je voudrais déclarer les décisions qui ont été énumérées adoptées. Les décisions sont adoptées. Nous allons maintenant passer à la région Asie-Pacifique. Et je voudrais donner la parole à Monsieur Feng Jing du Centre du patrimoine mondial, donc pour examiner les dossiers culturels, nous présenter les rapports de l'état de conservation des biens culturels. Monsieur Feng Jing, s'il vous plaît.
Merci Madame la Présidente. Salam alaikum et bonsoir. Le socle pour ce bien de Jam est disponible aux pages 18 et 20 sur la version française de document et même sur la version anglaise de document de travail 38 comme 7A. Tout d'abord, en ce qui concerne l'état de la conservation souhaité en vue de retrait du bien de la liste en péril, adopté par le comité de 30e session du comité en 2007, en raison de la situation d'instabilité dans ce bien. Le calendrier pour la mise en œuvre des mesures correctives n'est pas encore établi. Par sa lettre du 3 juin dernier adressée à M. Francesco Bandarin, sous-directeur général pour la culture, l'ambassadeur d'Afghanistan auprès de l'UNESCO a invoqué la situation sur le mur de Calais et entoure le minaret et qui a été endommagé. Le secrétariat a pris note de la requête de l'État partie concernant l'état de la conservation de minaret de Jam, particulièrement à la suite d'inondations récentes. De plus, une demande d'assistance internationale qui a été traitée par le Centre et même des ICOMOS et ICROM. D'autre part, le Centre du patrimoine mondial et les organisations consultatives sont prêtes à assister le gouvernement afghan dans ses efforts pour traiter des menaces à la suite d'inondations récentes survenues sur le site de Jam. Pour conclure, le Centre du patrimoine mondial, ICOMOS et ICROM reconnaissent les efforts de l'État partie à coopérer avec UNESCO pour la préservation de Jam. Néanmoins, comme vous avez pu le voir dans les documents, nous avons préconisé qu'il valait mieux maintenir le site sur liste en péril. Le projet de décision 38.7A14 est disponible dans page 20, document 7A version anglaise, et la même page pour la version française. L'ICOMOS qui va faire commentaire de ce bien. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Je vous remercie, Monsieur Jing. La parole est à Madame Castellanos.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The property has been on the list of World Heritage in Danger since 2002. To date, some progress has been achieved in the implementation of corrective measures, thanks to the efforts of the State Party and the support of the international community. The topographic surveys and mapping undertaken to date have provided important baseline documentation that will be essential to inform an adequate conservation strategy that seeks not only to address existing deterioration of the minaret, but also integrate other components of the ancient settlement. Finalizing surveys to identify precise boundaries that include all elements will be essential to curb effects from illicit excavations and looting. Technical missions have identified emergency measures, particularly to stabilize banks affected by floods. Recent surveys underscore the damage to the gabion walls and other flood defense measures that are very much needed to protect the minaret. In this respect, ICOMOS is willing to assist the State Party in formulating an emergency assistance request and in identifying adequate measures to minimize vulnerabilities to future potential floods. However, the measures need to be integrated into a comprehensive disaster risk plan to avoid implementing patchwork solutions and to ensure the sustainability of the efforts made. We also like to note that addressing the vulnerabilities of the properties will only address one of the factors affecting it. Recommendations made by different expert working groups have yet to be integrated into a comprehensive plan with clear and precise policies for management and conservation. The range of factors currently affecting the minaret and other archaeological remains warrant a multidisciplinary approach and systematic documentation and recording so that adequate and sustainable solutions are identified for conservation works. It is recommended that international assistance be requested to support the development of this work. ICOMOS reiterates its willingness to support the State Party in these efforts. Thank you, Madam President.
Je vous remercie, Madame Castellanos. La parole est à présent aux États membres qui souhaiteraient la prendre pour faire leurs observations sur ce point. Y a-t-il des observations? N'en voyant pas, je souhaite passer la parole à Monsieur le rapporteur. Auriez-vous reçu des amendements au projet de décision, Monsieur le rapporteur?
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente. Pour ce projet de décision, nous n'avons pas reçu des amendements, donc vous pouvez procéder pour l'adoption. Merci.
Je vous remercie. Je déclare donc la décision 38 comme 7 à 14 adoptée. Nous passons donc au point suivant et je redonne la parole à Monsieur Feng Jing sur le paysage culturel et vestiges archéologiques de la vallée de Bamiyan. Monsieur Feng Jing, s'il vous plaît.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. The next slide is concerning cultural landscape and archaeological remains of the Bamiyan Valley in Afghanistan. Dear committee members, distinguished delegates, the summary on the conservation issue of this property is available at the working document 38-7A, pages 21 to 24 of the English version and pages 21 to 24 of the French version. The additional information to be provided by the Secretariat is that, as mentioned in this document, an ICOMOS technical advisor mission to the Bamiyan Valley took place from 26 May to 2nd June last. The mission team has been sharing its findings with the authorities in order to finalize its recommendations. With regard to the implementation of corrective measures, the State Party reported that a number of progress and the difficulties encountered, but did not indicate the time frame for the completion of the corrective measures. The World Heritage Center, ICOMOS, and ICROM actively participated in the conservation activities for the preservation of Bamiyan Valley, as well as the Bamiyan Expert Working Group. The draft decision 38-7A-15 can be found on page 23 and 24 of the English version, and the same for the French version. Madam Chairperson, ICOMOS will provide comments on this property.
Je vous remercie, Monsieur Ding. Je passe donc la parole à Madame Castellanos.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As set out in the State of Conservation report, concern has been expressed at the appropriateness of the interventions at the lower gallery of the Eastern Buddha niche. The State Party therefore invited a technical review mission to undertake the effectiveness of these current conservation activities, particularly the construction of 2 pillars in the position of the original Eastern Buddha's feet. This technical review mission was conducted against the background need for an agreed overall approach to conservation and presentation of the property that reflects an agreed conservation philosophy that respects outstanding universal value and is in line with technical and financial feasibilities. The mission was requested to make recommendations as well on any necessary remedial activities or other mitigation measures related to conservation, structural stability, and site security for visitors and workers, including details of specific engineering advice and methodologies to be used. The report of the mission has not yet been completed, as you've heard. As soon as it has been completed, it will be submitted to the State Party, and I would like to stress that ICOMOS will be ready and willing to engage in dialogue to consider its recommendations and how they might be implemented. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Je remercie Madame Denieur de l'ICOMOS et voudrais à présent passer la parole aux États membres qui souhaiteraient la prendre. Le Japon, s'il vous plaît.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Thank you for the report from the Secretariat and also ICOMOS, and thank you for the mission to the site. In 2002, the first International Coordination Committee took place. Since then, almost more than 10 years, many experts, local, international, and including my colleagues, Japanese people, are involved and has been working hard. I would like to, first of all, thanks very much to those experts working there. And probably was the facing to the expectation from the local people isolated there. Its decision-making process is so difficult there. And I think that it's so many things. It's not only the ethics of the reconstruction issues. So many issues are involved in to make the future plans and others. At the end of April, Japanese experts and Japan ICOMOS people are met together and thought out the issues because it's since 2002 we are involved. And also this, I'd like to respect the local experts, how decide to the things is there. It's first of all from the local people and local experts should decide and whatever it is. However, since the 2002, the working groups are doing the decision, no, it's discussing things. But I think that is the time after 10 years, probably we have to think about the future of the site with wider audiences, experts and others to make how to decide the future. And I would like to, of course, I have to decide, we have to wait for the report from the site missions, but we would like to ask the Secretariat and ICOMOS to have some kind of discussion, open one, and with wider audiences. Thank you very much.
Je vous remercie, Madame. Je passe la parole à présent aux Philippines. Les Philippines, s'il vous plaît.
Thank you. The Philippines wishes to commend the progress made by the State Party on the implementation of the corrective measures, notably the conservation efforts at the Buddha niches and other component parts of the property, including Shari Golgola and others, and efforts to mitigate the development pressure. We agree with Japan that we should really wait for the local to make some initiatives too, because the modality of their situation is very different. We also take the note of the continued concern expressed by the State Party on the critical conditions of the large Western Buddha niche. Also take note of the need to consider the appropriateness of the interventions at the lower gallery of the Eastern Buddha niche and future reconstruction policies for the Buddha niches, and further notes that an ICOMOS technical advisory mission should shortly visit the property to assess these issues. We support the reiteration of WHC's request to the state party when considering options for the treatment of the Buddha niches to ensure the proposals are based on feasibility studies. Thank you.
Je vous remercie, Madame. Y a-t-il d'autres interventions? Je voudrais redonner... Il y en a une? Voilà, je voudrais redonner la parole à Monsieur Feng Jing pour ses observations, sa réponse.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Just a few minutes ago, as the distinguished Japanese delegate just pointed out, the situation at this property is really, as we have reviewed previously, the situation in Syria. It's been a post-conflict situation. And for more than 1 decade, the international community, particularly through the founding trust established by Japan, Italy, Swiss, to mention but a few, also mobilized the on-site operational activities to preserve the site. And in the framework of Japan FEED, an expert working group being established, and this expert working group held meetings already 12 times. At the national level, the Afghan authorities also recently, since end of last year, established a World Heritage Advisory Board to review the preservation of cultural heritage in Afghanistan, including this endangered cultural heritage site. I think it's time now for the international community, as well local and national authorities, to review the situation, to oversee the situation, and to get a more integrated approach for the conservation as well as intervention activities for the site. I hope that ICOMOS colleague will also add further comments on this.
Je vous remercie. Je donne la parole à l'ICOMOS.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As has already been pointed out by many people, huge progress has been made in extremely difficult circumstances. And this has been not just in terms of restoration of the Buddha niches and other things, but also in terms of development and in dealing with very difficult development pressures. And I think we need to remember that this property is not just the Buddha niches, it's a very large and extensive cultural landscape. Extremely dramatic, extremely beautiful, extremely valuable for all sorts of cultural reasons. Perhaps this mission that has just been undertaken, which is looking at the underpinning philosophies that might guide conservation in the future, is a sort of watershed and perhaps will provide an opportunity for all the participants, all the stakeholders, to consider the way forward in an open way, as has been suggested and promoted by the Japanese delegate. It is that sort of framework for a large property such as the Bamiyan Valley that is very difficult to define, but clearly is needed. It's a sort of vision for the way forward, and perhaps now is the moment to bring people together to define that vision, but also to look at the management structures and governance that could take the vision forward in the years to come. Thank you very much.
Je vous remercie, Madame. Est-ce que l'ICROM souhaite prendre la parole? Non. Donc, c'était une question de traduction. Je vous remercie. Je voudrais à présent passer la parole à Monsieur le rapporteur. Y aurait-il des amendements éventuels?
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. And we have, for this draft resolution, we have received no amendments, but I think it is important to point out, and I avail myself, Madam Chairperson, to present a correction on the text on paragraph 4, having in mind that, as the representative from the World Heritage Center, he mentioned, the technical advisory mission has already took place. So in that regard, we will need to correct the text, and it will read as follows. Takes note of the continued concern expressed by the state party on the critical condition of the large Western Buddha niche. Also takes note of the need to consider the appropriateness for the interventions at the lower gallery of the Eastern Buddha niche and future reconstruction policies for the Buddha niche. And here it goes the correction. And acknowledges that an ICOMOS technical advisory mission visited the property to assess these issues between 26 May and 2nd June 2014. So I think that with this amendment, with this correction, you can proceed for the adoption of this draft resolution. Thank you very much.
Je vous remercie. J'imagine que ce sont des corrections qui n'appellent aucune objection. Donc, le projet de décision est adopté. La décision est adoptée. Je voudrais à présent passer au point suivant, qui concerne donc toujours les biens culturels de l'Europe et de l'Amérique du Nord, et voudrais passer la parole au délégué de l'Allemagne, qui a introduit un point sur les monuments du Kosovo. Monsieur l'ambassadeur, vous avez la parole.
Oui, merci, Madame la Présidente. Thank you, Madam Chair. The draft decision concerning the medieval monuments in Kosovo was proposed for adoption without debate. I have asked the chairperson of the 38th session of the World Heritage Committee, Sheikh Al-Mayasa, to open this item for debate in order at the same time to ask for a deferral of the debate. I mean, to the postponement of the debate. So procedurally, it was necessary to ask for the opening, but at the same time, as I have written to Her Highness Sheikh Al-Mayasa, Germany would like an adjournment of the debate in view of ongoing negotiations between the parties concerned, which have not yet reached a final result, but which is on the way, and it's too early for the committee to debate it at the moment. Thank you.
Donc, je vous remercie, Monsieur l'ambassadeur, de nous avoir exprimé les raisons pour lesquelles vous avez demandé l'ajournement. Donc, nous considérons que ce point est ajourné, mais je vois le Portugal. Monsieur l'ambassadeur.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Je voudrais soutenir la proposition de mon collègue allemand. Il me semble que les raisons qu'il a invoquées sont suffisamment pertinentes. Nous sommes, comme nous le savons, dans une période délicate de négociation entre les parties pour résoudre ces problèmes sur place. Donc, je soutiens une proposition qui nous mènerait à discuter cette question lors de notre prochaine séance. Merci.
Je vous remercie, Monsieur l'ambassadeur. Alors, s'il y a uniquement des propositions de soutien, je vous proposerai de passer directement à l'acceptation de l'ajournement de la question. S'il y a des objections, à ce moment-là, je vous propose de vous donner la parole. La Croatie.
Well, thank you very much, Madam. in the name of the Croatian delegation, I would support German proposal, and I'm fully aware of the arguments which are given by both sides, and what our Portuguese colleague said, it's fully acceptable. So I think that your proposal, which you said just now, that we should go to vote, is fully acceptable for all the members of the committee. I hope so. Thank you.
Je vous remercie, Monsieur l'ambassadeur. Je ne pense pas qu'il soit utile d'aller jusqu'au vote, puisque je ne vois pas d'objection. Donc, nous ajournons tout simplement ce dossier pour examen à la prochaine session. Et je souhaiterais à présent inviter Madame Tocharova à nous lire la liste des biens culturels pour la région Europe-Amérique du Nord, pour lesquels les rapports sont proposés pour adoption sans discussion. Madame Tocharova, s'il vous plaît.
Merci, merci Madame la Présidente. Il y a dans la région de l'Europe et l'Amérique du Nord, nous avons 3 rapports sur l'état de conservation qui devraient être adoptés sans discussion. Il s'agit de 2 biens en Géorgie, la cathédrale de Bagrati et le monastère de Gelati, et le musée de ville de Mshketa en Géorgie, et également de Liverpool, Maritime Mercantile City. Ces 3 rapports devraient être adoptés sans discussion. Je vous remercie.
Je vous remercie, Madame Tocharova. Je ne vois pas, s'il n'y a pas d'objection à ce que vient de dire Madame Tocharova, je vous propose d'adopter ces décisions. Elles sont adoptées. Madame Tocharova, je vous redonne immédiatement la parole pour la lecture des points également ne nécessitant pas de discussion pour la région Amérique latine et Caraïbes.
Merci Madame la Présidente. Je vais faire une lecture rapide à la place de mon collègue César Moreno. Il n'y a pas de rapport sur l'état de conservation dans la région lac pour discussion, donc je ferai une lecture rapide. Si vous permettez, j'ai les noms des biens en anglais, donc je vais les lire en anglais. Il s'agit des fortifications on the Caribbean side of Panama, Portobello San Lorenzo in Panama, Humberstone and Santa Laura Saltpeter Works, Chile, Can Archaeological, and I'm not sure I'm reading it fully correctly, Chan Archaeological Site, and in Peru, and Coro and its port in Venezuela. Thank you very much.
Je vous remercie, Madame Tocharova. Je voudrais également vous inviter à adopter le même procédé. S'il n'y a pas d'objection, nous adoptons les décisions susmentionnées. Elles sont adoptées. Je vous remercie. C'est à présent le tour des biens culturels africains. Alors, avant de commencer, je voudrais vous faire une petite déclaration, s'il vous plaît. Nous avons été informés que les membres de la délégation du Mali ne seront présents parmi nous qu'à partir de mercredi dans la journée. Je vous suggère donc de différer l'examen des points relatifs au site du Mali et lors de la présence de cette délégation. est-ce que nous pouvons en convenir et aller au point suivant dans l'ordre du jour? Je vous remercie de votre compréhension. Alors, je souhaite à présent donner la parole à M. Guy Desbonnets du Centre du patrimoine mondial pour commencer, comme nous venons d'en convenir, par l'Ouganda. M. Desbonnets.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the site for discussion is the tombs of the Buganda kings at Kasubi in Uganda. The report of this site can be found in your document, working document 7A add on page 36 of the English version and page 39 of the French version. The working document reports on the preparations for the important reconstruction program with funding from the Japan Funds in Trust. Since the preparation of the working document, an official launching ceremony for the reconstruction works took place at the site on the 13th of May this year, in the presence of members of the Buganda Kingdom, government officials, and the ambassador of Japan to Uganda. An ICOMOS technical advisory mission was also organized and was able to visit the property as part of this project. The mission raises concerns over a number of issues which will be explained to you in detail by ICOMOS. The World Heritage Center and the advisory bodies recommend to retain this site on the list of World Heritage in danger, and there is a revised draft decision which is proposed to you on the blue papers which you have received and which takes into account the recommendation of the advisory mission. So I think if you allow, we can ask ICOMOS to present the main results of this mission. Thank you.
Je vous remercie, Monsieur Desbonnets. Je voudrais donner la parole à l'ICOMOS.
Thank you, Madam Chair. ICOMOS would like to highlight the concerns that have been expressed by the recent ICOMOS advisory mission. The mission report was only received recently, and its contents have not been reflected in the State of Conservation report, but they have influenced the revised draft decision. By way of background, ICOMOS would like to recall that at the time this property was placed on the list of World Heritage in Danger, following the destruction by fire of the Muzibo Azala Mpanga, the main tomb building, the committee agreed that its reconstruction could be justified provided that the new structure was based on authenticity in design, materials, and techniques, as well as continuing use. The committee at the same time also recognized that the outstanding universal value of the property reflects ongoing Ugandan architectural traditions, and especially the idea of irregular renewal of individual buildings, with their authenticity being bound up with traditional building practices and the use of traditional materials. The reconstruction process for the Muzibo Azala Mpanga was seen as an opportunity to strengthen these processes, not just for this especially large building, but also for all the other traditional buildings and the boundary structures across the property. It was also an opportunity for capacity building, for better understanding of long-standing traditions, and for an overall renaissance of the property. The committee also underscored the need for a strong management system to be put in place to manage this reconstruction process through appointing a site manager and coordination mechanisms which would enable the Bugandan Kingdom and other stakeholders to work together and share responsibilities during the reconstruction process. The recent mission has highlighted concerns on both these key points. Although we have an agreed reconstruction strategy, it appears that this is not being entirely followed. In spite of repeated requests by the committee, we still do not have an agreed set of reconstruction drawings and specifications, even though work has already started. The encircling boundary wall of the property has been rebuilt in concrete blocks, and furthermore, new buildings are being constructed on the property that do not reflect the traditional Ugandan style of architecture. Plans are also being discussed, we understand, for commercial use in part of the property. ICOMOS is of the view that every effort must be taken to try and ensure that this reconstruction project is successful. As an exemplar for the way it is approached, it surely must not fail. In the light of the vulnerabilities that have been highlighted by the mission report, ICOMOS considers that these need to be addressed as a matter of some urgency, and for this reason, we support the need for a reactive monitoring mission. Thank you very much.
Je vous remercie, Madame. La parole est à présent aux États membres qui souhaiteraient la prendre. Le Sénégal, s'il vous plaît.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. J'ai eu la chance de visiter.
Depictions should be ensured. The recommendation of the advisory body is valid and vital, that a comprehensive management plan, which should focus on risk preparedness other than restoration plan, be prioritized. We recommend to the World Heritage Center, state parties and advisory bodies to facilitate these capacity building efforts of the state party Uganda in the development of its conservation management plan. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Je vous remercie, Monsieur. Le Portugal a la parole, ambassadeur.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Oui, je suis tout à fait d'accord qu'on doit faire tout le possible pour reconstruire, préserver ces témoignages. Mais il me semble c'est que nous nous trouvons face à une certaine paralysie, pour dire le moins, des autorités locales. Si je ne m'abuse, le ICOMOS avait tout d'abord proposé que ces biens sortent de la liste. Et après, suite à l'évaluation d'une mission, ICOMOS a revu sa proposition dans le sens du maintien. Je suis tout à fait d'accord et j'appuie ce maintien. Mais ce que je crains très sincèrement, c'est que nous nous trouvons l'année prochaine dans exactement la même situation. Donc, ce que je souhaite, c'est que cette Reactive Monitoring Mission puisse faire son travail d'une façon qui permette de préserver ce bien. Merci.
Merci, Monsieur l'ambassadeur. Y a-t-il un autre État qui souhaiterait intervenir? N'en voyant pas, je repasse la parole à Monsieur de Bonnet.
Je pense que c'est ICOMOS qui va répondre.
Alors, ICOMOS, s'il vous plaît.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In response to the question from the Honourable Delegate from Senegal, who asked about the building materials, the reconstruction strategy that was mentioned, which was agreed by the committee, I think 2 years ago, that was a detailed document which set out the various options for how this building should be reconstructed, and then the one that was finally agreed and accepted. And in compiling that reconstruction strategy, several things were looked at, including the date at which the building should be reconstructed to, if you like, which version of this tomb should be followed, because the tomb had been rebuilt several times in the last 150 years. And this reconstruction strategy looked at various options for the shape and form of the building, and came to the conclusion that they would rebuild the last iteration. And within that last iteration, there were steel supporting pillars to hold up the heavy thatch. So it wasn't an entirely traditional building. It was a sort of compromise that where the weight of the roof had been reinforced with metal members. And it was agreed that that was how it would be rebuilt. As for the materials, various options were certainly looked at, but it was considered that the OUV of the property was really bound up with the traditional building practices, which are best reflected in local materials not only in how they're put on the building, but how they are grown and harvested and transported to the site and so on, which is all part of the traditional and symbolic associations of the tombs. In terms of fire, which has been mentioned also by the delegate from the Philippines, there is, of course, an urgent need for a risk preparedness strategy, but a great deal of work is also being undertaken with the help of Japanese experts to identify very detailed fire prevention strategies that will be implemented on site so that any risks in that direction can be mitigated insofar as they can possibly be so. Turning to the question that was raised by the Honourable Delegate from Portugal, I'm not sure whether I understood the comment quite correctly, but or quite which way it was meant. ICOMOS, just to clarify, has not recommended that it should be removed from the World Heritage List in danger. I don't know whether that's what you meant, or whether you were suggesting that ICOMOS was recommending at some point in the past that this should be removed from the World Heritage List. But either way, neither was true. Maybe there's some confusion that we can clarify.
Perhaps just one additional point in terms of the question of the Philippines on the risk preparedness. I just want to inform you that the World Heritage Center, together with the African World Heritage Fund, as part of the capacity building activities in follow-up to the periodic reporting of Africa, has also started with a number of training sessions, capacity building sessions on risk management this year, and that the managers of this site also participated in this training. Thank you.
Je vous remercie pour ces précisions. Je vois qu'il y a une réaction du Sénégal. Très rapidement, monsieur.
Très rapide, Madame la Présidente. C'est juste en fait la question que je pose, c'est sur le traitement des matériaux. Vous savez qu'il y a des méthodes de traitement de la paille, par exemple, qui peuvent faire qu'elle ne flambe pas. Et je pense que si on peut appliquer des méthodes comme celle-ci, ça pourrait être peut-être un plus pour l'avenir. Merci.
Je vous remercie, Monsieur Bokoum. L'ambassadeur du Portugal, s'il vous plaît.
I apologize to ICOMOS. I got it wrong. So I had an information which was not quite correct. And actually, your decision meets exactly my concern. Thank you very much. I'm sorry.
Je vous remercie. L'ICOMOS souhaite-t-il reprendre la parole? ICOMOS, vous souhaitez reprendre la parole? Merci.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a very technical issue, the question of the fire retardant straw, and I'd be very willing to discuss this on an individual basis with the delegate from Senegal, because there are very many pros and cons which have been looked at, and I could explain to you why the decision was made. Would that help? Thank you.
Je vous remercie, Madame. Je vous suggère effectivement d'adopter cette dernière solution. Je voudrais à présent vous inviter à procéder à l'adoption du projet de décision 38 comme 7A 26 rêve. Monsieur le rapporteur, auriez-vous reçu des amendements à ce sujet?
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente. In fact, we have received an amendment coming from the World Heritage Center and ICOMOS, recopilating of all the explanations that has been provided. So the amendments are on paragraph number 5 and 6. I will read the amendment. Paragraph number 5. Request the state party to implement the recommendations of the ICOMOS advisory mission to the property, 12-15 May 2014. In particular, A, finalize a realistic revised reconstruction project timeline with clearly defined benchmarks and submit it as a matter of urgency to the World Heritage Center for review by the advisory bodies. B, document the reconstruction process. C, improve organization, skills, equipment, and security issues. D, urgently reconvene the National Technical Committee to oversee the technicalities of the reconstruction project. E, fully implement the current governance structure and reassess the human and financial resources required to complete the reconstruction project, in particular to cover the site manager's full-time presence on the property. F, reconsider the current design of the firefighting system, which will have a negative impact on the visual qualities of this and spirit of the place of the property. G, agree on the final master plan before implementing any new constructions, and reconsider the tall concrete wall recently constructed around the perimeter of the property, as well as the proposed living museum concept that might impact negatively on the OUV of the property. And there is also an amendment on paragraph number 6 as follows. Also request the state party to invite a UNESCO ICOMOS ICROM reactive monitoring mission to the property to consider the concerns highlighted by the mission relating to the lack of effective management and resources for the reconstruction project, the current draft master plan and its possible commercialization projects, and unplanned work such as the perimeter wall and new buildings. So with these amendments, Madam Chairperson, I think you can proceed for the adoption of this draft resolution. Thank you very much.
Je vous remercie, Monsieur le rapporteur. Y aurait-il des commentaires ou objections? N'en voyant pas, je déclare cette décision adoptée. Je vous remercie. Je voudrais à présent vous suggérer de suspendre ici nos travaux en vous remerciant de votre collaboration. Je crois que Madame Tocharova va faire quelques annonces sur les événements à venir. Donc, Madame Tocharova, la parole.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. I have only one announcement to make for a side event tonight. This is probably you have received it. It's an invitation from WWF, who is organizing an event called Shared Spaces. How do we implement the World Heritage Convention for Conservation and Sustainable Development? It will take place from 1915 to 2030. Meeting rooms 218 to 220. And as I can see here, food and drinks are offered. Merci, Madame la Présidente. C'était tout ce que je voulais annoncer. Merci.
Je vous remercie, Madame Tocharova, pour cette annonce. Donc, la dernière est d'importance. Les boissons seront offertes. Voilà. Merci à tous et toutes de votre contribution. Je rappelle pour les membres du bureau que la réunion se tiendra à 8h30 et que nos travaux débuteront en séance plénière, donc à 9h demain matin. Très bonne soirée et merci encore.